What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
For a 114 checkout, she does a double 10. Double 10 she finds. And now tops to save the match here. And that's a great ton checkout.
Move herself into a qualification place overnight.
Does it in 3.
Ball.
Oh, beautiful!
First leg, Sophie McKinley.
From Sophie McKinley, the bullseye.
Rhian O'Sullivan awaits on finals night, but the defending champion gets her campaign underway later on tonight. Welcome to Women's Week 5. Yes, welcome along. The opening day of Group C and B are afoot. Rhian O'Sullivan, as I mentioned, the inaugural winner of the Women's Weeks here at the Modus Super Series, awaits after successfully winning Group A. Scott Mitchell is back from his Q School exploits and his fairy dog mother exploits as well. Great to see you, Scott. It's been a really good week so far, as always.
Yeah, the Women's Week brings always something a little bit special, a little bit different, and that's why we love them. And this week has been no different.
It got close in the end for Rhian O'Sullivan, but she did go on to win Group A on leg difference. As I say, it got close, but the right winner in the end, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think Lisa started the week really well, but Rhian was so consistent all the time, and I think it's her consistency where she got rewarded at the end of the day, and she finds herself in the Saturday night final now with her feet up, watching the others.
Yeah, there we see the Group A table as it finished. Rhian O'Sullivan lit up in gold there, 20 points, but that plus 14 leg difference was what split her and Fallon Sherrick, who really started to kick into gear yesterday. Her and Lisa Ashton in Group B is absolutely electric later on tonight. Do not miss that. Kirsty Viinikainen, who's a previous winner in her own right, alongside Vicky Pruim and Lorraine Hyde, take their place in Group C. As you can see, the breakdown. Sophie McKinley, Priscilla Steenbergen making her Super Series debut, and Robin Burnscott, who came very, very close of winning the previous Women's Week here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Robin Burns. She's a very determined character. She sort of does everything on the board that you need her to do. She's good finisher, good scorer. Sometimes a game will get away from her. She gets a bit upset with herself and maybe stop herself for a couple of throws. But if that's the only criticism you got, then she's a tidy player.
Certainly is. Let's take a look at how the odds compilers assess this Group C. Then Kirsty Viinikainen, 2-1 favourite. Sophie McKinley, rising star, of course, 132nd favourite. You look a bit further down the list, and 2 11-2 shots there, Scott. Could they be the value? Priscilla Steenbergen, who you saw plenty of at Lakeside, the value pick?
Yeah, absolutely. Priscilla and Robin, I think, at 11-2 are value picks. I can see why Kirsty was up there at 2-1. But yeah, I think those two are the value at 11-2.
18s and over only. As always, do gamble responsibly. Our first match of the session then is an all-Scottish affair between Lorraine Hyde and Sophie McKinley. Earlier on today, I caught up with Sophie. Sophie McKinley, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Good to be back.
Yeah, very happy to be back here.
It's still early on in 2026. Have you had time to reflect about the progress you made over 2025?
Yeah, it's still early in 2026. I've thought about it, but I want this year to go a little bit better than last year.
What are the sort of aims for this year then? I mean, you're still relatively young. Well, you are a young age, not relatively. You are at a young age still. You still have the darting world at your feet. What are your sort of goals and ambitions for the year?
My goal this year is just to really focus on myself and try and be a better version of myself this year. Hopefully some titles come along the way, but I just want to try and get my game back into a good place this year.
Certainly sounds like a plan. Group C for you then over the next 2 afternoons. Tricky little group?
Yeah, very hard group. It's been a very hard week. So just need to try my best and hopefully it goes well.
Are you the sort of player that takes a look at earlier in the week and the other groups to see how your potential rivals are playing?
I have been watching, but not to see like how they're playing or that, just to like watch and support the other women. They're all good players, so there's no like easy games. They're all going to be hard games. So it's just whoever plays the best on the day.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Here we go then. Group C about to get underway. Sophie McKinley, the 2024 Lakeside finalist, taking on her Scottish compatriot Lorraine Hyde, who I think it'd be fair to say would be slightly disappointed with the way things went during Group A. However, everything resets now, of course. And this is the start of a fantastic 2 days action. Before we even get to finals night, of course, Group B looks scintillating later on tonight. Sophie McKinley still just 19. And Lorraine Hyde, 36 from Aberdeen, looking to bounce back from Group A. The third person on stage from now up until finals night on Saturday is Paul Hinks, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Lanzarote awaits, he was telling me earlier on today, but he's here with us this afternoon. And we are about to get underway. And Scott, Sophie McKinley,
First leg, Sophie.
a relatively disappointing 2025 in comparison to a stellar sort of breakthrough year in 2024. But as we heard from her this morning, everything's set for a big 2026.
Yeah, I kind of agree and disagree with that statement. What a start. Well, that's a good way to start 2026 on your TV form. 180. Oh, hang on.
140.
Well, what a start to Group C here on Women's Week. And it's the 5th edition as well. You can see why we have it, you know. You
60.
can see why we have it. They score brilliant.
All of our previous champions are here. The only sort of big name missing, or a couple, you would say. Dita Hedman, of course, unfortunately not here this
41.
week, but no Bo Greaves either. As we wish her well on the PDC tour. But McKinley, I suppose you're right, Scott. I was probably doing her down a little bit. She still had a good 2025, picking up opens here, there and everywhere. But after that 2024, which saw her go all the way to the final of the WDF, she's looking to get there again.
Yeah, I think it can be underestimated when they come out of the youth system and go into the ladies for the first time. It's a massive step for the youth players that have been dominated, and some sort of step into it and really don't do
45.
anything. But Sophie still had a relatively good year for me last year. Lorraine's here. She won't fill this up.
85. Sovica 97.
McKinley then, 97 points away from opening up this match, serving it out, and now looking to leave it tidy enough.
77. Lorraine Yukan 95.
An outside chance for Lorraine, who started strongly in her own right, going the old school way from 95. She was less than impressed
55.
with that one.
Sovica 20.
Nervy darts here from the teammates, the Scottish teammates. Both play internationals alongside one another.
No score. Lorraine Yukan 40.
So he's hit the wrong bed there after double 10. Hyde comes back for double top. That's a lovely marker, surely. There's two lovely ones there.
20.
Just drops
Sovica
underneath.
20.
So nervy start for the ladies from north of the border.
Has to go the other side of that marker.
No score.
But again, goes a little
Lorraine
bit low.
Yukan
And
20.
it's been sublime in parts of this opening leg, but it's been ridiculous as well. Hyde with a chance for what would be a big steal right at the start of the afternoon.
No score. Sophie McKinley,
much like
20.
in Group A, cannot take advantage of the opportunity that presented itself.
Getting shown the first leg, Sophie McKinley. Second leg, Lorraine to throw first.
McKinley
Game
holds
on.
then. How can Hyde respond?
Didn't even look at one another when they came back from the board there. I think they were still upset with themselves, and
67.
that first visit probably goes to show the same. Lorraine Hyde has been around the game an awful long time and came through the youth sort of stuff as well. And I think I would say last
43.
year, 2025 was a brilliant year for her. She started to show exactly what she was about, and I've got to say I was really impressed with some of her stats
85.
and what she was achieving last year. It's sort of like it felt like things had clicked into place for her and things had started to go well. And when you take that next step, that next level as
45.
a dart player, you tend to think, oh, it's going to be very difficult to stay there, but it becomes the norm if you can continue to play like it. And that's how Lorraine ended 2025.
45.
Sophie McKinley to 6th in the WDF rankings at the age of 19.
65.
A World Masters semi-finalist where she lost to Lorraine Hyde, the eventual winner. And with darts like this, you can see why.
180.
Lorraine has hit 5 180s already this week.
140. Lorraine Car 124.
Seem to be spurring each other on, and whenever one has a poor visit, the other follows.
56.
Hyde will return. But how much pressure will she be under?
95. Lorraine Car 68.
So 68 incoming for Hyde. Does she go the treble 20 route? Yes, she does. Double 4.
Getting shot on the second leg.
That's a little bit more like it from our 2025 World Masters
Third leg, Sophie
champion.
to throw first. Game on.
That'll settle her down nicely.
Yeah, she beat Rachner David in the final of that World Masters. Hyde herself now
41.
up to 4th in the rankings. Was actually a bit higher than that. Was the number 1 seed for Lakeside. Of which, Scott, you would have
100.
seen plenty of some of our competitors that we have here this week.
Yeah, very much so. It's still, Lakeside is still the biggest purse for the ladies' game in terms of winning prize money. Another 180 there for McKinley. She's now hit 2 in this match. We're only 2 legs in. Lorraine Hyde's hit 1. I think we can say the gloves are
70.
off now and they're going for it.
Absolutely, it's all business. 3 180s in 3 legs in this encounter so far. Could it be 4?
140.
Not quite.
Sophie McKinley, big mates with a rival of hers for many years through the
41.
youth system, Paige
Sophia
Paulin,
Carr,
who plays for
140.
England. They're good old buddies and lock horns on many occasions, or have done in the past. Looking for a treble to lead the finish.
60.
Not quite there on this occasion, but sat there nice and pretty on 80 with Hyde back on 290. But she'll make inroads into that if she can get another treble 20.
85.
Not to
Sophia
be.
Car 80.
It's been a good leg. Being pieced together by McKinley here. Looking now at tops.
40.
Slightly too high. She will return. Hyde back on 205. Has to force the issue. Force McKinley into an error. There's not a
45.
lot coming
Somebody
from
got
Hyde in this
40.
leg.
No, McKinley's last start at that double top was a bit of a loose nut because Hyde was back Not on a finish. Now she's on a finish. McKinley may have to...
20.
She struggled there on that double 10 so far this morning, or this afternoon. The 160's not going here for Hyde.
45.
She want to make a dent in it. Hasn't
Sophie
really done
20.
that. So McKinley then back at double 10.
Getting shown the third leg.
No messing around on this occasion. McKinley one away
Like Lorraine to throw
from
first.
opening up
Game
her
on.
Women's Week 5 campaign with a win. Hyde with work to do.
$60.
Hyde's experienced enough to know it's just basically gone with the darts up to now.
$30.
Now Hyde has to force the issue here to send this match to a last leg decider.
100.
That'll do.
Yeah, nudges away in front. Stay in tow here. McKinley needs to hit a treble 20 or a treble of note. There's one. Is she going to hit another?
76.
No, not to beat. Turns the corner. 54 behind.
85.
Crucial last from Hyde. McKinley has been superb on her own throw.
83.
A bit of a theme of the match. Neither player, other than that first leg, where a little bit scrappy on the doubling stakes there, but
85.
other than that, both players strong on their own throw.
$55. Lorraine, sorry.
Tad unlucky there from McKinley. Deserved a little more.
Lorraine saw the funny side.
83.
Keeps her composure. Was slightly unlucky with that last dart of the visit. Now that looks appealing. A perfect first dart. Has to get another, surely.
100.
Goes too high on both
88.
occasions. Does leave a finish, but Hyde now to bring us level. Looking at the ball.
63.
Not quite finding it.
57.
Not a million miles away though. McKinley back on 157. Needs treble 20 to start. Needs treble 19. Oh, go for treble 18 now, I would imagine.
33.
What a brilliant visit from her.
That really was a gallant effort to wrap up the match in style. Just about gets the big number. That was nervy.
21.
And neither dart at double ever really threatened. So McKinley, to wrap up this match, she applied the pressure with a big visit. She gets a good marker. Wayward. Finds double six for an opening victory. Sophie McKinley is on her way in Group C, getting the better of Lorraine Hyde by 3 legs to 1. A couple of 180s in there to boot, in a decent enough performance. The first leg was a bit of an average killer in truth, but Sophie McKinley solid. Coming up after the break, we see Robin Byrne for the first time this week. She takes on Vicky Pruim.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. Group C underway. As we see Robin Byrne for the first time this week. She came mightily close in our previous Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series, losing out to Gemma Hayter 3-2 in that final. She takes on Vicky Pruim, who always seems to find a way. Pruim, born in Belgium, representing Sweden, lives in Chester. But a dangerous player, very dangerous. And as I say, Scott Mitchell,
First
she
leg,
always
Robin
finds a way
first.
to get to that finals night.
Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. I've known Vicky an awful long time. She's a very determined player. And the bigger the task, the better she stands up to it 9 times out of 10. And she'll be disappointed with her Group A campaign. She would expected a little bit more than that. I think she would have probably been looking to wanting to be in the top 3
140.
with the way that she plays and the star that she is and the experience she has. But I think we had the
58.
Littler effect in the men's game, and we had the Fallon Sherrick effect a couple of years ago, and we're finding more girls playing, more ladies playing now,
43.
having the similar effect to Luke Litter, and I think that's what's making the going all the more tougher because there are more ladies out there playing the
58.
standard.
Absolutely. And in Robin Byrne, there is a player where over the course of the last few years you have seen constant progression,
121.
really. She just keeps on getting better and better. Has played at the women's match play in
85.
Blackpool. Doing good stuff on the women's series as well. But it must be very encouraging for
60.
Byrne to consistently see that upward trajectory.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, when you mention darts in the Republic of Ireland,
125.
first name that springs to my mind
137.
is Robin Byrne. I've known her a while now, and she's such a determined character. But here goes Vicky Pruim. 81 scored, 56 left. Big 16 it is to leave top. So
Robin Car, 117.
Burn to save throw here. Need this 117. She's going to need a treble. There it is. Drops the dart. Recomposes. Single 17 for tops.
105. Viinikainen 40.
An opportunity missed. Got 2 trebles in that visit, but not the big number leaving Pruim
20. Robin Viinikainen 12.
to not take the initiative. A reprieve for Byrne. On the wire, steps across. Opens up that double 6 bed and fires it in to take that 1-0 lead. Stuck in there well, did Byrne.
Second leg, Vicky to throw first.
An
Game
opportunity missed for Pruim. No 2 ways about it.
Yeah, and Pruim, she's hit 3-ton plus finishes
85.
this week. Was unfortunate and couldn't convert. 3 darts at double top, which is part of the frustration of this
56.
lovely game of ours.
I mentioned Robin Byrne competing in the women's match play
70.
2023, losing semi-finalist after beating Rhian O'Sullivan, who of course awaits already on finals night after winning
125.
Group A. And then lost 5-3 to Bo Greaves, who went on to win the tournament. 2025, lost in the quarterfinal to
85.
Lisa Ashton, who we see again later on in Group B tonight, who went on to win the tournament. So she keeps running into
85.
players at the wrong time, it would seem.
It just goes back to what we're saying, really. Everybody's a much of a muchness here in the ladies' game, and the standard
100.
has been hauled up. It's kind of, we had all the years of the Trina Gulliver domination.
99. Vicky
We had a few years of Lisa. Now it's been Bo. Dieter's been there along the way with all of them. It's the way that
90. Robin Car, 136.
it's the way that the ladies' game is going.
World champion Dieter Hedman now, of course, at long last,
58.
Yeah, and OBE,
Vicky
let's
Car,
not forget.
71.
of course. Pruim then looking at single 18 to leave tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Much
Vicky
more
Pruim.
like it. Clean and composed finish
Third leg, Robin
by
to throw
Vicky
first.
Pruim
Game
to
on.
bring us level.
Once again, the old adage of having 1 dart at a double as part of a combination. It seems to be easier to hit the
100.
double with 1 in your hand. You don't think of not hitting it or doing anything silly. You just think hit in your head, and it tends to go 2 in here.
140.
Nice 140. Here comes Robin Byrne back at her.
180.
Her first 180 of the contest and the week.
100.
Well, we mentioned running into eventual champions for Robin Byrne. You can almost say the same for Vicky Pruim. Cast your minds back all the way back, in fact, to the year 2002.
57.
Pruim, a BDO World semi-finalist, lost to eventual champion. No prizes for guessing. Trina Gulliver.
180.
As it Pruim's turn
Robin Car,
to fire in
164.
a max.
She's had 3 already this week, Pruim. 180s, adds the 4th.
32. Vicky Car, 81.
Bit of a sketchy visit there from Byrne.
That was wayward.
41. Robin Car, 132.
Second dart of the visit there, affording Byrne a chance at a bit of a Hollywood checkout.
45. Vicky
Can't
Car,
be got.
40.
Pruim with tops then for a break of
On
throw.
the third leg, Vicky
A
Pruim.
neat and tidy 13 dart break of throw.
Fourth leg, Vicky to throw first. Game on.
And this is why Vicky Pruim is so dangerous.
55.
Yeah, she is, and she always has been. You don't play for that many years without taking the experience in. And here comes Robin Byrne again. So second 180 of the match.
60.
Nonchalantly lobs them in there. One thing you can
47.
say about Robin Burns, she doesn't give games up easily. She's an absolute battler.
121.
Still only 28 years of age, Robin Byrne. And for a progressive player
82.
like herself, still plenty more to come from it, you would feel. Pruim needs a treble, gets
95.
the treble. And the way she has gone about her business in this match, you wouldn't put it past Pruim threatening
45.
to reel in the big fish here.
170.
Now then. Where's that one going?
84.
It was threatening.
47.
We had trebles all over the place, just not quite in the right order.
Burns' turn to threaten a big finish.
95. Viinikainen 86.
But what that visit does is pressure this 86 shot. And she's missed the big number. Recovered nicely.
54.
Misses the double with the last
52.
right on the wire. So Burn then to level us up at 2-2. 52 incoming. 12 for tops. Double tens to save herself.
32. Viinikainen 32.
That was the chance. And now Pruim, after missing one match start, will not miss a second. And it's the dangerous Vicky Pruim who defeats Robin Byrne, the previous Women's Series runner-up in their opening matches of Group C. Real solid display from Pruim. 87.5 average, handy on the outer ring as well. After the break, we see Carissa Steenbergen make her Super Series debut.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. As we now see our final new face of this Group C, Priscilla Steenbergen, about to make her Modus Super Series debut. The 27-year-old from the Netherlands had a fantastic run at Lakeside, facing Kirsi Viinikainen, the Women's Week 2 champion. And as we said about Vicky Pruim before the break, how dangerous she can be, the same can be said, even more so for Kirsi Viinikainen. You could say it's got slightly surprising to see Viinikainen in Group C, but then you take a look at the lineup of Group A, you look at Group B later on tonight, and you think, well, someone had to drop down.
Yeah, and when you think she won 9 out of the 15 games as well, you know, it was fairly crammed at the top of that table, wasn't it? And yeah, surprising to see her in Group C, but when you look at the way that the whole of Group A went, you couldn't afford to lose a couple of games on the trot in that Group A, and if you did it once, that's why you found yourself where you did in the end standings. But for me, Kirsi is one of those. The last couple of 3 years she's been around the scene for a long, long time, but again, she's started to produce, something has clicked with her, and she's starting to really throw some lovely darts. She's had 4-ton plus finishes this week already and still finished 4th in Group A. How is that happening?
100.
How indeed. And then you see Priscilla Steenbergen, someone who you would have seen plenty of when you were covering the Lakeside. Fantastic run.
60.
To the semi-finals, of course, when she lost out to the eventual new world champion, Dieter Hedman. We're going to see a replay of the quarter-final against Lorraine Hyde later on this afternoon as Viinikainen fills it up.
180.
What impressed you most, Scott, about Priscilla Steenbergen?
I like her determination.
55.
She's a determined little so-and-so. When she gets on that board, she is like a terrier on your tail. She doesn't let you go. You think you've got her beat, and then she'll prop up with something brilliant and get herself back into the game and turn the game. She's very good at
40.
Finding turning points. She'll always learn as well. She's one of those, she's quite clever. She will always learn
60.
from mistakes gone by. But she has that trait of the Dutch. All the Dutch hate losing. Can't stand it, in fact. And it's something that most of their dart players, after a game, you've got to leave them alone for 5 minutes. But that's not a bad thing. That's a sign of a winner for me.
Absolutely. Be interesting to see how she fares over the next 2 afternoons. Debutantes have a sketchy record at the Super Series. But another one of those would certainly announce herself to this stage. A valiant effort. Kirsi now to tidy things up and to steal the opening leg against the darts. Nicely done. Viinikainen 1-0 up. Gets that breaker throw that was required.
Game on.
As we mentioned, Steenbergen's fantastic run at Lakeside. Viinikainen sort of, well, she went out in the first round. However,
55.
When you look at the full draw, to get drawn against Mikuru Suzuki is a bit of an unwelcomed opening match
30.
by anyone.
Absolutely. You could have flipped that draw backwards and that could have been the final. That's the type of first round draw it was. It was horrendous for both of them. If I remember, it was a really sketchy game early doors as well. Both really didn't fancy it at all. And it was always going to be whoever managed to settle down the quickest and get a set on the board was always going to be holding all the trump cards. And that's kind of what happened with Mikuru. And I don't think she played as well in the next game, Mikuru, to be fair, because of the type of opponent that Kersey
140.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Had that been a final, no one would have bat an eyelid whatsoever, and to have that in the first round.
60.
Viinikainen going well here. Steenbergen not really getting going in this second leg. Electing to just shuffle across to stay on 20s. Brilliant third dart. And Viinikainen is well and truly in command.
59. Kersey 106.
Yeah, Viinikainen really is up there with the... She can really threaten the best of the ladies in the game at the moment. Doesn't seem very impressed with that dart with herself, but a wry smile and a
66.
And a raise to the heavens with the eyes. But she did complete it nicely. Sat on tops after 15. Steenbergen way back on 305.
Kersey 40.
Kind of a practice throw for her, waiting for the next leg.
This is probably as emotional as you will ever see Viinikainen.
20.
Just allowing Steenbergen a chance to apply a bit of pressure here. Viinikainen still in command, but for how much longer? Steenbergen could do with another, gets another. Now things have got interesting.
20.
Yeah, super visit from Steenbergen there. Sometimes when you're 300 in front, you can have too much time. Well, there's no time now. And there's no time like the present for Kersey here. And takes it out second dart. And Steenbergen will sort of ruin herself a little bit. If she'd have started that with a ton and 140, that leg, maybe she'd have been able to stop the run of Viinikainen there. But
46.
Because it was at the end of the leg rather than the start, didn't seem to quite trouble her as much.
Held the nerve impressively. And the Finn is flying once more. Did have
45.
A good 2025 away from that disappointing first round exit at Lakeside. Won the Welsh Open, won the Czech Open, won the Lithuania Open, did the
100.
double in her native Finland with the Masters and the Open there, and won a Women's Series event as well, beating Fallon Sherrick in the final. Viinikainen, as you mentioned, Scott, keeps on getting better with age.
She does
59.
indeed, and also winning your home. It's like winning your home Grand Prix for a Formula One driver. Winning your home Open is one that's really, it's quite nervy. It's quite nervy when you get to the finals because everybody wants you to win in the room. They want it so badly for you, but it's down to you to have to go and get it. So for her to go and do the double and win them both in the same weekend just shows where her game was at that point. She's not a million miles off it now.
95.
Steenbergen very competitive in this leg. Left it late in leg 2, of course, but back on throw, needs to
85.
fire herself into contention here to keep this match alive. She'll have 6 from this 139. Looking to leave it relatively sweet.
55.
Yeah, she's going to need all 6 as well, maybe a couple more. She's on 84. Viinikainen's turn now to try and pressure this 84. She's on 172. Would want to hit a tonner at 85. Maybe 81 would pressure the shot.
22.
22 certainly
84.
doesn't. It does leave her a shot, though, on 150. But will she get back to attempt it? Steenbergen It's got a 20. She has to assess now whether she feels her opponent's going to hit the 150. She went 14 for ball. She's hit treble 14, leaving 2 11s.
73.
Gone inside the 11s, but
150.
it's a sign for me that she felt that Viinikainen could actually take this 150 out.
It's not going to happen this time. Steenbergen couldn't find the double, which set Kersey on her way in this match.
11.
Level ton, enough to just Steenbergen make her think twice about this. Gets the big number. Double 2.
9. Kersey
It's not there, and all of a sudden Viinikainen will have match darts here to coast to success. Tops. Bit of a flyer.
30.
And that one, an over adjustment. Steenbergen's in the madhouse.
Getting shown the third
And
leg
out of it
Steenbergen.
as quick as a flash as well. That could have got awkward.
Fourth leg, Kersey to throw first. Game on.
There was no messing around there. Sometimes you get a little bit cagey on double one and you try to get your range and you throw one dart up by the number 1 and then try and catch your range. The worst thing you want to be doing is hitting a big 1, going for double 1 first dart, but she manages to hit it. And Viinikainen comes back with a 180 in reply to
45.
try and stop the Steenbergen momentum, which she seems to have done temporarily.
$55.
Just goes the wrong side of the wire with that third. Steenbergen yet to find.
100.
Treble finally does with her 6th of the leg. But Viinikainen has been afforded a real soft lead here. And on throw, you fancy the Finn to serve it out from here, especially with a visit like this.
133.
She's halved her score. Quite amazing that in her first match today, she's hit 2 180s and she only hit 1 180 in the whole of Group A.
90. Kersey 133.
So she's obviously feeling very much more positive today, or needing to be.
Well, the beginning is very good. The middle, though, massively unlucky. Just grazing the wrong side of the wire when looking for treble 19.
93.
Does tidy it up very neatly, Viinikainen. This has been impressive.
Yeah, it has been. She knew she needed to break the throw to win the match. She broke the
31.
throw. And now it's tops for the match for her.
Decent enough guide.
Game shown in the
And the
match.
guide
Kersey Viinikainen.
did its job. Kersey Viinikainen, impressive. Some would say it's a surprise to see her in Group C. She's the favourite for Group C, and she started with a win against debutant Priscilla Steenbergen, who will come on for that opening experience, no two ways about it. Good performance from Viinikainen, and after the break we see Lorraine Hyde return. She faces Robin Byrne.
Welcome back here to the Modus Super Series. We are on Women's Week, and this is number 5 edition of Women's Week. And we found them always very entertaining, and we've just seen an entertaining game before the break between Priscilla Steenbergen and Kirsty Viinikainen. Kirsty running out 3-1 winner with a couple of 180s and a really, really steady game. You come back and join us as Lorraine Hyde from Scotland takes on Robin Byrne from the Republic of Ireland. Now, the previous matches, they both went down 3-1, so neither has won yet
First leg, Lorraine
this afternoon, and both will be seeking their first win in this one.
Yeah, more to come from both of these, I think it's fair to say, after their opening fixtures. Both certainly
100
had their moments despite falling to defeat, as Byrne is absolutely flying out of the traps. And a wry smile from Hyde there. She didn't know she was
60.
in a game. She does now.
The ladies really putting on a show here. That's the 9th 180 so far this afternoon.
72.
And we're only just in the infancy of match 4.
That's before you even get to Group B later on tonight.
76.
Fallon Sherrock, Lisa Ashton, Gemma Hayter, all off the back of appearances at Alexandra Palace. Joined Laura Turner,
96.
our friend and colleague, alongside Lorraine Wynne-Stanley. And they have been thrown in at the deep end. Group B looks absolutely electric.
27.
Do not miss that from 10 o'clock this evening here, live and free on Pluto TV.
If we were Australian, you know, we'd be saying that's a ripper
57.
of a group, mate.
But we're not. So on we go. Hyde looking to
85.
put
Robin
pressure
Byrne,
on
96.
Byrne, who has started mightily impressively here. 99.
No score. Well, in your car,
Will she be back
153.
for 96? Unlucky first from Hyde there. Just grazing the wire on its way through.
97. Robin Car, 96.
Applies a bit of pressure now to this 96 of Byrne.
38. Well,
And
in your
it's
car,
kind of
56.
worked. Byrne a little unfortunate there to bust that all the way back to 96. Could it cost her the leg?
Ain't shown
It
the
does,
first leg,
and it
Lorraine
does
Hyde.
indeed. Nicely done from Lorraine Hyde.
Second leg, Robin, you drove first. Game
Just
on.
given a little glimmer of opportunity there. And she dived in with both feet and took it.
Was only a hold of throw, however.
140.
Yes, it was a real opportunity missed from Byrne, who does need that break of throw, of course. Short format. Only best of 5, of course, for these
100.
special weeks here at the Super Series. Byrne, not much wrong with her
58.
scoring so far in this match. Now, Scott, seeing as though we've only got you here this afternoon,
60.
it'd be remiss of me not to ask you about your Q School experience. How did you find it? I noticed you had some pretty tricky draws, but the win you did manage
41.
to get at the expense of the now reigning ADC Global Champion.
Yeah, it was that was very nice. But like you say, you don't need one win at Q School. You need to string
60.
a few along. And although that was a pleasing win, I never really backed that up. And that's the kind of disappointment. Obviously, getting through stage 1 was
30.
pleasing by sort of winning it in sort of one of the places and outright was lovely, but never really sort of built on that. But like you say, the draws are tough, the games are even tougher, and I
100.
probably in the whole week I probably gave one game away, and that kind of I think everybody does that at some point in Q school. So
55.
yeah, disappointing not to get a card, but when you've got that many of you there, 300, I think, 38 going for 13 cards. There's always going to be 325 going disappointed.
100.
Absolutely. Some real hard luck stories in there, as there are every year.
Yeah, there's always a few amazing stories.
57.
Like Sam Pierce's story was unable to make it through the first stage, got topped up, and got in the last couple of days and goes and gets a card. It's just wins it outright on the day.
56.
Amazing stuff from him.
120.
Absolutely incredible. Like you say, is Hyde misses a dart at ball to break the Byrne throw. Decisions for Byrne, has to go right the way across. What a dart that is. Exceptional. Can she finish it off with the double? Oh my word, that is world class from Robin Byrne. How did she find the treble with that second dart? Hyde thought she had a chance, but that door was slammed shut by Robin Byrne. Brings us level.
40.
Now, she'll be pleased with that, and that will give her a bit of confidence here now. Should start the momentum.
45. $100.
Hyde, though, recomposing. This is turning into a real tungsten tussle.
180.
It's Robin Byrne's fourth 180 of the afternoon, and she's only in her second game. We said she has the scoring power. It's just all about sorting out those doubles on the outer ring.
60.
And if she can do that over the course of today and tomorrow, she could be looking to go one better come
60.
Saturday night and get her hands on the trophy, because her scoring has been mightily impressive.
$100.
Byrne does lead the line for the Republic of Ireland ladies.
95. Robin Car
Doesn't ask anything ever of her teams that she doesn't want to go and do herself. She's one of those types of players.
52. Robin Car 106.
Credit to Hyde, though. She kept on plugging away despite this onslaught from Byrne. And Lorraine now eyeing a ton plus finish of her own.
66. Robin Car 64.
Should still get a dart at it. 16 for double top.
24. Robin Car 40.
Look, just a split second slower, wasn't she, there with that last dart? Gave it a little thought. Hyde now back at the same target. Double 10.
No score.
She's drifted into the wrong bed.
And that hands the initiative straight back to Robin Byrne, who now needs double 10 herself. And she succeeds where Lorraine Hyde failed to get that all-important break.
Robin to throw first. Game on.
Hyde ruining her missed chance. And Lorraine Hyde is now staring down the barrel of successive 3-1 defeats here. Should Byrne serve this one
59.
out.
$60. 85.
I'd be wondering just what she's got to do here. Had her moments in Group A. Started Monday pretty
45.
well. Was banging contention heading into Tuesday and Wednesday. Just couldn't sustain that form. And this has been
180.
an onslaught of scoring power by Robin Byrne.
Five for the afternoon of the 180s, 3 in this match. And just to give you a little line of thought about this, the one that's hit the most 180s in this group of ladies here is Lorraine Hyde, and she's hit 5 in her Group A campaign and 1 today already. So she's on 6, and Robin Burns only had 2 games, and she's on 5 already.
Can she do it again? Steps across, goes right this time.
100.
Couldn't take out the Shanghai finish on this occasion, but she will return for match darts. Hyde, the writing on the wall.
40.
And he's cutting a forlorn shape on that stage as Byrne returns to get her first win of the day. Deary me.
No score.
Again, she'll be back, but Hyde now, as we saw in the previous match, can force a
100.
potential opportunity.
20.
Ton was probably the minimum expectation as Byrne now takes her chance, and Robin Byrne is now up and running in Group C. Impressive scoring. You feel as though, should she just polish up the outer ring, doubling, she's going to be a huge threat to her rivals over the course of the next 2-3 days. That 120 finish, an obvious highlight. Casey Viinikainen takes on Sophie McKinley after the break.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back, or welcome along if you are just joining us here on Pluto TV for Women's Week 5. The opening day of Group C is well underway. Only 2 players on stage now. 2 real early pace setters in this group. Kirsi Viinikainen, mightily impressive with a 3-1 win in her opening match of the session against Priscilla Steenbergen on debut. Sophie McKinley, the rising superstar from Scotland, opened up the show with a 3-1 win herself over Scottish compatriot Lorraine Hyde. Someone is about to lose their unbeaten record, and you can make a case for either Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, you very much can, and
100.
maybe Kirsi could have the slight advantage here with having the darts. Obviously, the way that Group C works is that obviously it's 2 days
45.
play, so very simple. You get the darts against your opponent one day, and then the opposite day they get the darts against you. But obviously, if you've already got the points on the board in
60.
the league table, when it comes to you having the darts tomorrow, it could be a very difficult hold.
$43.
McKinley slow away here. It's on the Viinikainen throw, and as you quite rightly say, Scott, having the darts could be all that separates these two in such a short format.
100.
In the race to 3 legs. Viinikainen, the group favourite. McKinley, second favourite. So the top 2 going head to head
46.
for the first time here.
I do love the McKinley throw. It's so majestic. It's so rhythmic. It's just everything about it. It looks the perfect
60.
throw. Sometimes it doesn't always go where she wants them to go, but it just looks so majestic, the throw. Like not a great deal can go wrong with it.
81.
I was just about to say how she hits 22. Yeah, great commentator's curse there, but she did hit a treble 20 with the last. She saved me.
A rising star in her own right, along with the likes of Paige Pauling, of course.
100.
Pauling herself kind of making that transition between winning everything on the girls' circuit to becoming
100.
ultra competitive in the
81.
women's events. McKinley doing the same after that tremendous run at Lakeside back in 2024. Viinikainen looking probably at treble 10 here, with McKinley not yet on a finish. 41. McKinley won't want to be having too many legs like this, giving Kirsi a soft lead out in front.
100. Kirsi 40.
The Flying Finn then needs tops for a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, McKinley has applied a bit of pressure there with that last visit. She sat on 86 waiting to come back. 1 dart in hand for Viinikainen.
No score.
She offers an
Sophie
opportunity to
86.
McKinley here. So 86 incoming, treble 18. Hits a 4, not a bad miss. Could use ball here. Goes across to the 42, 68 left.
38. Kirsi 40.
An opportunity missed. McKinley would have felt she should have had a dart at least to win that leg. Viinikainen finding tops this time. Composed herself well after the opening dart of the visit. Does eventually hold her throw. McKinley needs a good start to this leg on her throw now.
100.
That'll do.
Yeah, that'll do nicely. So all you ever ask of yourself is to hit a ton on your first visit.
85.
Your opponent something to aim at. response from Viinikainen. But McKinley goes again. She's in that treble 20 again.
81.
Disappointed with those wayward ones.
Well, this is Sophie's third time at a Women's Week here. Third time in Group C as well. Back in Women's
60.
Week 2, which was won by Kirsi Viinikainen. Sophie failed to qualify out of the group. She did so in Women's Week 4. But in her group on finals night, lost to both Robin Bird and
60.
Laura Turner.
I liked with the interview you had with her earlier where she's saying she's looking for a sort of like a bigger 26 and 25, and it's 180 there for Kirsi. It shows that she's wanting to improve. She's not happy to flatten out and plane out and say, right, you know, I've got to a standard here, I'm happy with this.
60.
It's good to hear that she wants to be so positive about her game.
Yeah, it was good talking to her. She's
55.
abundantly clear. She's got a good head on her shoulders. So often we see with youngsters in this sport wanting everything now. They're desperate to perform, desperate for success in the immediacy.
80.
But
Kirsi
patience is a virtue sometimes, and that success will almost certainly arrive for someone as talented as Sophie McKinley.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think if you want it too quickly, sometimes the process is a little bit of anxiety
45.
comes with it. And then off the back of
120.
anxiety, you can then end up with dartitis and all sorts of things by just wanting to run before you can walk.
Finds the treble. Robin Byrne did it in the previous
100.
match. And Sophie McKinley
76.
almost did the same, just grazed that bottom wire. Viinikainen opted for the 16s route, which hasn't been fruitful. Now has to resort to the ball.
51.
A valiant effort.
Sophie 20.
Yeah, and almost resort to it she did. McKinley now then with double 10. We saw her having a few problems with this in her earlier match.
Getting shown the
No
second
such
leg,
problem
Sophie
this
McKinley.
time. Takes it out. Second dart. Hold a throw.
Third leg, Kirsi
Levels
to
it up
go
at
first.
1-1.
Game on.
Yeah, much more neat and tidy on the double 10 this time around.
60.
Treble-less from Viinikainen. This is where McKinley needs to take full advantage. She needs to break throw if she is going to win this match.
100.
The current England Open champion starts with a ton.
$44.
Viinikainen once again goes treble-less. That's a good marker for a treble or two. Surely one of them must find.
60.
Should be disappointed with that.
Yeah, she'd have had 180. He's further away than that.
$83.
Now Viinikainen finds a treble, but it is only the one. That just gets her nose in front slightly.
45.
McKinley has faltered her own, so this, you feel, is a real crucial passage of play.
$60.
Kind of blocked the treble there, didn't she, with her first two darts? Tried to float the last one over the top, but just went a little too high. McKinley now in the same situation.
60.
Pretty much does the same thing.
It's just got a bit nervy a bit edgy. Viinikainen drawing on her experience.
100.
She is first to a finish. McKinley won't be far behind her. She will be ahead of her.
The first 4 matches this afternoon have all been 3-1 wins, but it seems to me like this third leg has been the one that's dictated the destination of the game. So you can see why they are a little bit nervy about this one.
94. Sophie McKinley 136.
Good setup play from Viinikainen. What can McKinley find here? Needs that treble.
60. Viinikainen
Viinikainen for what would only be a hold, but a crucial hold at this stage. Tops the target once more.
Getting shown the
Tops
third
is
leg,
found. Viinikainen was in a bit of danger in that leg, but she's gone on to win it nonetheless.
Yeah, she was in a bit of danger there. McKinley had a bit of a run on her throw. Now she's got a hold throw here.
85.
And if she does, it'll be our first 5-legger of the day.
$60.
Once again, Viinikainen unlucky for more. Nicely thrown darts, just not quite finding the destination she desired.
66.
So one of these two will top the table after
85.
this match, with Vicky Pruim looking to join one of them at the top of the table after the second round of fixtures. Pruim facing Steenbergen in the next
60.
match. Steenbergen herself on debut here at the Super Series, looking to better her efforts following her defeat to Kirsi Viinikainen.
44.
Once again here, Scott, it's a bit nervy, it's a bit touchy, it's a bit edgy.
Yeah,
66.
once again we see one good dart, a couple of bad ones, and neither can sort of stretch away from the other here.
$100.
Yeah, good last dart that. Now we've got a little bit of a pressure asserted to McKinley. She's in a must-hit situation. Stays straight, she leaves the shot. So that was nicely done. But Viinikainen here, another ton from here would really put McKinley in all sorts of bother.
60. Sophie McKinley 164.
So McKinley will feel as though she has 6 from here. Viinikainen will have something to say about that imminently.
43.
McKinley
Kirsi
can't
McKinley
really make any impression. Viinikainen could potentially herself feel as though she has 6 from here. As in the previous leg, she found that extra gear, that little bit extra when it mattered most. McKinley needs to do the same, but is now looking as though
43.
Viinikainen
52.
is going to make it 2 wins out of 2. 52 points away from doing so. Tops has been an ally so far, at least.
12.
But it's not this time.
Sophie McKinley 78.
It looked to be like it could be slightly in the way, the first one, and you saw the flight quiver. But McKinley now, after 78, she's hit. She stayed there. I would have thought the dart there was to come out for 42. It was already blocked,
62.
the treble 18,
40.
which was her target. She's left herself 16, but It's Viinikainen back for double top. And she hits it right in the right-hand corner. Viinikainen takes a 3-1 win over Sophie McKinley. Viinikainen would have not wanted to have been in Group C, but now she's put strong 2 wins together. A nice 71 average. She shorts those doubles out and she'll have a high average. We head into a short break, and on our return we have Vicky Pruim versus taking on Priscilla Steenbergen.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back. Chance for Vicky Pruim to join Kirsty Viinikainen at the top of the Group C table. Viinikainen making it 2 wins out of 2 before the break. 3-1 over Sophie McKinley. Who will have to regroup and come back stronger for her next match, which ironically would be against Vicky Pruim. But Pruim, impressive in her opening win over Robin Byrne, who franked the form.
First
Byrne
leg,
winning
Vicky to throw first.
in her following match.
Game on.
Priscilla Steenbergen, slightly disappointing in a way. Yes, it's a debut match. There would have been nerves and jitters, but
40.
coming into this group in real good form. One thing you can guarantee about Steenbergen, Scott
59.
Mitchell, is there is plenty more to come.
Yeah, I think you're being a bit harsh there. It was her first game ever at the Live Dance. Give her a break. Come on, I've got to sit in the Players' Union corner
60.
here. Yeah, we did expect more of her, and I did as well. But it's a different place to play here. It's
43.
very quiet down there in that room, and everything feels like a TV throw, but there's no noise whatsoever. It's quite strange to have to get used to. Once you get used to it, you then find the Saturday night very difficult when the crowd do come in.
$139.
Rounds off a score nicely. Yeah, unique atmosphere here, isn't it? When
41.
there is no crowd. One of the reasons why debutants do tend to struggle here. But
140.
you had a go at me for being harsh on her, but then ended up agreeing with me anyway.
Yeah, I kind of agreed with you, but I kind of didn't. But yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
95.
I did say there's more to come
120.
from Steenbergen, and she is proving that to be the case here. It would be no surprise to see this go. Tops. And it's
Finish on
gone.
the first leg, Priscilla
That is the
Steenbergen.
real Priscilla Steenbergen.
Second leg, Priscilla to throw first. Game on.
And I promised you there was more to come, and she's proved me right. It was the first time for everything.
Yeah, you didn't lie to us. You were absolutely spot on. Good stuff there from Priscilla.
60.
Steenbergen away from that tremendous run at the Lakeside. Won the Bruges Open, won the Budapest Masters, won the Swedish Open. She had a really
137.
solid year. Great year. Looking to build on that, starting right here at the Live Lounge.
85.
Yeah, she'll be pleased with that. With 120, it should settle her down a bit. Give her a bit of
100.
confidence. She looks a little more relaxed in this game now that 120's gone in.
60.
Vicky looks to be chasing it a little bit here. With Steenbergen being 100 in front plus these.
140.
This form from Steenbergen has almost got Pruim flustered here.
100.
Pruim
Priscilla Carr,
was
64.
as cool as a cucumber in her opening match. But Steenbergen
Getting shown in the
is
second leg,
finding an
Priscilla Steenbergen.
extra level. This is impressive.
Third leg,
She's
Vicky to throw
averaging
first.
over
Game on.
103 and a half. 15 backed up by a
45.
14. And if Priscilla Steenbergen can keep this sort of form up, we could have another new name on the trophy come Saturday
85.
night.
I think anybody that attends the Live Lounge and plays here would be over the moon with those numbers.
95.
Well, earlier on in the week, Fallon Sherrick
100.
averaged almost 103 in a win over Lisa Ashton. Those two will be renewing their rivalry later on tonight in Group
60.
B. Steenbergen can certainly threaten the highest average of the week here. Needs to get back into the treble 20s if she's to do so.
25.
Yeah, she had a left hand ton there.
100. $95.
Good visit. Pruim was just desperately trying to hang on to the coattails of Steenbergen at this stage. He's putting together a much better leg this time around.
Kind of blocked
54.
away a little bit. She really wanted to stay up there on the treble 20, having been so close with the first two, but the way he was blocked, no such problems here.
80.
Steenbergen,
Video car
a
147.
natural drift into the 5. with the last dart.
131.
Quality.
Priscilla 116.
From Pruim. Steenbergen had wrapped up the other two legs by now. Looking for the double-double. Missing the big number, but it's not a disaster by any stretch. Match dart incoming. Double 12's the target, and it was nearly found.
104. Vicky 16.
So 16 for Vicky then, now chasing across the double 4. Slide it down the barrel. No, on the
12.
inside wire. And so
12.
Steenbergen comes back for double 6. And she
Game
takes
showing
it
the match, Priscilla
without a
Steenbergen.
problem. It's a 3-0 win for Priscilla Steenbergen. We said she hadn't played well in her first game. Something we can't say about that one. Definitely came to the party. A nice 3-0 win. 93.94 the average. 3 from 4 on the outer ring. She'll be looking to do more of that. We head into a short break. And when we return, it's Lorraine Hyde taking on Kirsty Viinikainen.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. What a performance that was. The performance of the day so far before the break. Priscilla Steenbergen, 3-0 success over Vicky Pruim. There we see the results of the day so far. Kirsty Viinikainen the early front runner. 2 wins out of 2, but a whole clutch of players queuing up in behind. At least Steenbergen, that 3-0 win there, doing her leg difference no harm whatsoever. It's just Lorraine Hyde, who as of yet failing to secure a win. And it's going to get tough for Hyde now as she returns to the stage facing Viinikainen. 2 wins out of 2. Hyde has certainly had her moments, but at the real clutch moments where things were needed, not wanted, they couldn't be found, and that has been the difference so far, at least for Lorraine Hyde. It's a complete polar opposite story for Viinikainen. Big shots at big times, and that is why she's 2 wins out of 2, looking for 3 out of 3.
First leg, Lorraine to
Paul
throw
Hinks
first.
gets us underway.
Game on.
It's Lorraine who has the darts.
Yeah, some would say there's nowhere for Lorraine to hide here as she takes on the table topper.
100.
Viinikainen.
How long have you been sat on that pun?
Probably since about game 1.
55.
Been waiting for him to play.
$41.
Slightly unlucky with the first 2 darts of the visit there, Hyde. Will certainly be feeling like she hasn't really had the rub of the green. Finishing bottom of Group A.
70.
After playing certainly well enough on the Monday at least. So far that has continued into Group C.
40.
And this Women's Week so competitive. All the previous winners are here this week. Viinikainen's one of them.
It's always, I find it here
30.
always difficult to find a bit of form. Once it starts to slide here, it's usually when you lose a game at a normal tournament, you go back to your hotel or whatever, you regroup, you come back the next day and you're fresh-minded about it all and what's going on. Here you're not. You're 25 minutes and you're back on again, and you've got to learn to deal with your losses really, really quickly. Otherwise, you start
60.
putting them in a rucksack on your back like bricks, and it starts to weigh you down, and will take your game away from you before you know it. It really does have to have a very different mindset on these
100.
round robin types things, and I'm sure that people at home are going, yeah, I've played round robins, it's not that bad, this, that, and the other. But you're not playing in a round robin against where there's any break. This is the top ladies in the world of darts right here this
100.
week.
Well,
so there is no let up. You go from one to the next top lady. It's very difficult to get your mind straight again.
Well, we've had a couple of 120 checkouts so far this afternoon.
60.
Hyde can't add to that tally on this occasion, but she's built up a real healthy lead at the expense of Viinikainen in this opening leg. The table topper slow out of the stalls on this
40.
occasion,
Well,
but that
60.
has certainly applied the pressure. Tops for Hyde.
Getting shown the first leg.
Neatly
Lorraine
done.
Hyde.
Maintained her composure there. When
Second
Viinikainen
leg, Kirsty to throw first.
was
Game
eyeing
on.
a bit of a steal. That was good stuff from Lorraine Hyde.
Yeah, really good, and good for morale as well. A nice little 2-dart combination, one there, and out we
41.
go.
$80.
So it demonstrates just how competitive, not just this week, but how this group is when you see bottom of the table, lead top of the table.
95. $100.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. If you just walked into this commentary box and asked somebody as an innocent bystander, you're watching this game here, which one of these two is top of the table and which is bottom, you would have said up to now
127.
Lorraine Hyde would have been the one sat on the top.
There's always a glimmer of a smirk whenever Paul Hinks utters the phrase 127. And that occasion
85.
was no different. What a man.
$24.
Well, Kirsty Viinikainen is giving hope, real hope, to Lorraine Hyde, who elects to move across to the left, and that is exactly why. What a rescue that was.
123.
Yes. Super darts from Lorraine Hyde as Paul Hinks does a little do-si-do and pirouette back into position. Couldn't quite see where the darts were going, so stepped up onto the oche and had a look.
Well, your car 113.
This is for 2-0. Treble is acquired. So is the single.
93.
Not quite the double. It was a great effort.
Confidence is back, looking high for Hyde.
I know what the next pun's going to be.
59. Well, then your car 20.
Hyde then for 2-0. 2 10s.
No score.
Never really threatened it. Couldn't utilise that opening dart to work away inside. A shake of the head as well. You can't give Viinikainen opportunities.
Tops. 54.
That was desperately close. This has got to go now, Lorraine.
A dodgy double 5, and dodgy it turned out to be. To level it up.
Viinikainen's turn for double 5. Bends the wire.
15. Well, then your car 20.
Lorraine Hyde would not have been expecting this chance. She was cruising in this match. Double 5.
15. Kirsty your car 5.
Frustration etched.
Yeah, a bit of dropsy on the last one, wasn't there? Didn't throw it with the power of the first two. It's all about getting the big one now. Double 2 then. Madhouse, double 1.
No score.
Well, still doesn't go.
Well, Lorraine Hyde will be thinking she should be 2-0 up and throwing for the match.
3.
But it is still not the case. This is an absolute average killer of a leg.
It is indeed, and it's all about mindset here. When the mind is when your mind is saying no, your arm has got to say yes, and it's yes from the arm of Viinikainen there, hitting the double 1. And in a game here where Hyde should be 2-0 up and cruising, she now finds herself at 1-1.
60.
And that's very difficult to come back from mentally.
Huge exhale from Viinikainen.
45.
She knows she's gotten away with one there. And Hyde
100.
Coming back relatively strongly, showing good mental fortitude at this stage, despite the disappointment of that previous leg. 1 from 12 on the outer ring
60.
so far for Lorraine Hyde.
$58.
Viinikainen hasn't been at her lethal best scoring-wise
60.
in this match. Case in point there. You would have almost banked on that third, finding the treble.
85.
Again, we come to that kind of nervy third leg again, don't we? Which seems to be the way at the moment in these best of 5 battles.
These two,
26.
no strangers to one another, both played in Group A. And on each occasion, which has been halted today because in Group A, every match between these two
100.
resulted in a 3-0 scoreline. Monday and Tuesday in the favour of Lorraine Hyde. Wednesday in favour of Kirsi Viinikainen.
44.
So despite that previous leg,
98.
Lorraine knows she's got the better of Viinikainen in the head-to-head so far this week.
$42.
Stuck with the 18s route there. Once again, Kirsi's scoring hasn't really clicked as of yet. Is that about to change? I think so. Absolutely has.
71, but then you can't 56.
From virtually nowhere, she gets herself back into the match. Is she going to get an opportunity? No, she isn't this time. Hyde makes no mistakes. Takes out the double 4.
Through first. Game on.
Whether she went for the big 16 for tops or not, I'm not sure. But whatever happened, she hit the treble 16, left herself the double 4 and takes it out. She doesn't mind as long as she gets over the line and puts the legs on the board.
26.
And now a big opportunity to put her first win on the board of the afternoon.
Lorraine Hyde is showing real guts here.
43.
That second leg could have completely derailed Hyde's chances. When the pressure
59.
was applied from Viinikainen, Hyde held her nerve. And is looking to run away with things now.
140.
Yeah, nice bit of power score in there from Hyde. She knows it's all about Kirsi now. Kirsi's got to hold her throw. Hyde has just got to
45.
put a few scores up there and make herself difficult to beat. Can throw with a little bit of freedom here where you're 2-1 up and haven't got the throw. The pressure will be applied back on to Hyde if this goes 2-2. And she could have done without that 7 at that moment in time.
Yeah, she'd built up a good lead on the Viinikainen throw. It's been whittled away with that final dart, the visit there from Kirsi. Hyde coming back, fighting though. Scrapping and clawing.
140.
If Hyde can get the win here, that could be the turning point in her week.
60.
It only takes a good game, a good couple of visits, anything like that to reignite your mojo.
$41.
Does leave a finish. This has been the stage where Viinikainen normally fires back into life. Both on big outshots. Hyde looking at ball.
105.
A good effort.
151.
Width of a point away for Hyde. 551 for Viinikainen. It'd be fun if she hits it. Not to be this time. Treble 14 would be the shot.
Value car 25.
91 scored, so 60 left. So pressure on the 25. We know she goes 17 for double 4. And that's a mile away. Double 2.
23.
Left herself in the madhouse. And I think the walk to the board shows you exactly how she was feeling. She offers Viinikainen a shot at 60, which did not look there. And she's now stolen another leg. Hyde could easily be 4-0 here, and well done, shaking hands at 3-0.
Game on.
But now we go down the last leg for the first time this afternoon. But it's Hyde with the darts.
3 match darts have been missed by Lorraine Hyde.
77.
Viinikainen hasn't been a vintage display by her own high standards.
100.
She is stuck in there. It's been a gutsy display from both. If it was a boxing encounter, it's a 12th round slog.
140.
Each searching for a knockout blow. And Hyde with a 140 puts herself in the ascendancy when she had the honour of throwing first in this deciding leg.
60.
Yeah, when you're throwing second, all you can do is try and pressure the person that's throwing first, to try and pressure into a mistake. And the only way you do that is by scoring big.
100.
But it's Hyde that keeps hitting those treble 20s. And finds herself just under 200 in front. She's absolute favourite. With that one on the floor, she's definitely favourite for the match from here, surely.
Well, the scoring hasn't been an issue for Hyde. It's been the doubles, 2 from 17. That's the reason
55.
why we are where we are in a deciding leg. Viinikainen won't leave a finish.
100. Well, then your car,
Level turn.
129.
Hyde, 72 required now. Can just set this
89.
one up, and it's neatly done. She'll return for more match darts.
What would a 180 do here? Oh, it's not going to be.
83. Well, then your car, 40.
Hyde then. This time, nervy. But finds double 10. Looks at the sky and finally gets her first win of Group C. Bottom of the table, Lorraine Hyde beats top of the table, Kirsi Viinikainen, by 3 legs to 2. It should have been so much more comfortable for Hyde, but she gets the win nevertheless. After the break, Robin Byrne faces Priscilla Steenbergen. Welcome back. Group C, we thought was shaping up as if Kirsty Viinikainen was going to run away with things. However, bottom of the table, Lorraine Hyde has thrown a spanner in the Finns' works. Hyde winning 3 legs to 2 before the break. And once again, Group C is blown wide open. Who can take advantage? Either of these two have certainly shown the acumen to do so. Robin Byrne has been scoring wonderfully. Priscilla Steenbergen has put in the performance of the day so far. This has the potential to be an absolute cracker.
Game on.
And it's Byrne that is going to get us underway.
$29.
Yeah, I agree. This could be a high-scoring affair.
$60.
Right. Steenbergen, we said after her first match, was somewhat disappointing. Well,
58.
she's put that to bed in emphatic fashion with that 3-0 win over Vicky Pruim, averaging 94 in the process and a 120 checkout to boot. Something that Robin Byrne did in her previous match as well.
$99.
Real nice pace to this match as well. And it wouldn't be a surprise to see this blossoming rivalry
100.
renewed come Saturday night. Well, there's a lot of water to pass under the bridge before then, and someone's going to be very
45.
disappointed. Only 2 from 6 qualify for finals night, of course. Group B later on this evening, 3
43.
qualify from 5. And that group looks set to be an absolute blockbuster. And Rhian O'Sullivan has done the hard work already by winning Group A. She's already through to Saturday night finals night. Steenbergen looking good here to break the Byrne throw.
28. Priscilla Carr, 56.
Tops.
46.
Goes inside on both occasions. Byrne with an outside chance.
Yeah, 2 treble 20s will be the shot here. Not going to be.
84. Priscilla Carr, 10.
So double 5 here now. Feeling the dodgy double 5.
On the first leg,
Nothing dodgy about that. First start straight in. Very positive.
Second leg, Priscilla to throw first.
From Priscilla. She breaks through. And now returns. And she'll be hoping to hold throw of her own
100.
here. Because the 2-0 lead, you would feel, would be very difficult to come back from.
60.
These two both 11-2 shots at the start of play today to win the group. And they were sort of both your kind of picks in a way, Mr. Mitchell.
100.
Yeah, both definitely were. I know what they've got about them, and both very determined characters.
180.
Robin Byrne hits her 6th 180 of the afternoon. Right smile as she walks round behind
28.
Priscilla. She's pleased with that, and Priscilla answers with 28.
43.
Can't quite back it up though. A shake of the head as well.
57.
A real nice ebb and flow about this match.
$40.
Scoring prowess just eluding Byrne now after that maximum. Steenbergen looking to leave this handy.
100.
What can Byrne do to force the issue and force her opponent
38.
into an error? But
116.
the errors have come from Byrne. Steenbergen steamrolling.
76. Robin your car 140.
She'll be disappointed she missed a big number there, particularly if this treble 20 goes in again. A double 10. Oh, lovely from Robin Byrne. That's the way to level it up. Appreciated by Priscilla there. Like to see that. Nice little fist pump. Good stuff from Robin Byrne.
Great stuff from Robin Byrne.
95.
120 checkout in a previous match. That 140 was absolutely spectacular. Just when Priscilla thought she was going to run away with this match, the door has been slammed shut.
100.
And now there's a real aura of confidence behind Robin Byrne. Look at this from Steenbergen.
140.
We knew this match would catch fire at some stage.
58.
Yeah, the pace of each other's throw suits one another, so kind of everything sits there and
60.
says, this is going to be good. They're not going to be getting in the way of one another. We're getting on with it.
44.
A look of sheer fury when that big 5 went in from Byrne. She was livid with herself. And Steenbergen is capitalising to maximum effect.
Fantastic visit from Steenbergen. To try and enhance herself on the game and take the lead.
Looking across to double 6, and that was a 14 dart break of throw.
Half leg Priscilla to throw first.
Priscilla Steenbergen, after a slow start to this session, is certainly impressing now.
Yeah, she sure is, and
81.
Just an enthralling game here. For me, this has 3-2 written all over it.
140.
And visits like that from Byrne, you could well be right. Steenbergen has other
84.
ideas.
$60. 100.
Finds a treble as well. Crucial treble with the last dart of the visit.
Yeah, this is still anyone's here. Needs to find a treble of significance. Doesn't do it this time round, Robin Byrne. Steenbergen has kind of got the throw back.
92.
Keeps on finding a big treble as well. And Byrne
27.
is running out of answers here. Steenbergen will have 6 from here. Again finds a big treble. And another to boot. Byrne is just going to keep her honest here.
140. Priscilla car 4.
So double 2 for Steenbergen.
She
hits it first dart. Another impressive performance from her. And she had to fight back from a big 140 from Robin Byrne there. Really good game. 3-1 was the result in the favour of Priscilla Steenbergen. And then once again, up around that 87 average. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we have Sophie McKinley taking on Vicky Pruim.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Schie is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Schie do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here, live and free on Pluto TV. Before the break, we saw Priscilla Steenbergen get the better of Robin Burner in a really watchable encounter. Fantastic match. Byrne, the loser of that tie, with a 140 checkout. Steenbergen proving herself to be more than up to the task on debut here at the Super Series. Back on stage, Sophie McKinley, who's just had to regroup after a disappointing effort last time out against Viinikainen. She faces Vicky Pruim, who herself has had to regroup after being steamrolled by Steenbergen in what was the display of the day so
First
far.
like Sophie to throw first. Game on.
It's McKinley to get us underway, the rising superstar of the women's game.
96.
And he's back in the business trebles straight away.
Yeah, she'll want to be
44.
sort of finding a string of scores like that to try and grab a bit of confidence. It's all been a bit sort of bitsy for McKinley so far.
43.
In Pruim's previous game, it was over in a flash due to the quality on display from
125.
Steenbergen, and Pruim was just starting to get into the match, and then it was all over. That's the pitfalls of such a short format. McKinley isn't hanging around either.
40.
No, it seems that she's done with messing about and she wants to get on with the job. Start playing how a little bit more to type.
81. $84.
Solid enough. Maintaining her lead on her own throw. It's down to Pruim
30.
to find the trebles, which she can't do on this occasion. So McKinley has time. Will now look back up.
98.
Beautifully done. We'll be back for tops. Well, just a reminder.
121. So with a car 40.
She is going to be there if McKinley falters. It's been a bit love-hate on double 10 so far.
20.
And that relationship
Vicky
hasn't
O'Carr,
changed.
Really good chance here for Vicky. She's going to go tops. She does go tops.
80. So with a car 20.
Maybe would have been better going for the treble, having hit it with the third dart, and she could add a double 10, but hindsight a marvellous thing. Double 10's been causing McKinley all sorts of problems this afternoon.
20.
And not for the first time. We see one slip into the 15s. Decent enough guide now for double 5.
10.
Can't take
So with a car
advantage.
20.
So again, McKinley back for 2 10s, and this time right in the centre of it. Finds that double
Like Vicky to
to
throw
go
first.
1-0 up. She got there in the end.
Yeah, she sure did. And there's no harm done to the confidence when you win a leg that you should win. Even if it's tight at the end, at least you've won it.
$100.
It's been an improvement
81.
now from Sophie on the scoring, much more consistent this time around. If can just sort of tidy up, but in particular on double 10. And McKinley will soon be
140.
racing up the table.
$76.
Pruim here must be thinking, what does she keep walking into? Why do I keep dropping on these players when they decide to play their better games?
There's your example of more consistent scoring power from McKinley. She's left to finish after just 9 darts thrown.
135. So with a car
Pruim
170.
taking 12. Can McKinley find a real showpiece? Not this time, and Vicky will return.
32. Vicky O'Carr 124.
McKinley can't find a business treble on this occasion. Vicky can't finish. It was over before it began.
40. So with a car 138.
Once again going the 19s. Looking now back up
58.
at 20s. Can't
Vicky
leave
O'Carr,
tops
84.
this time. Bullseye for 1-all.
Being shown the second
And
leg,
bullseye
Vicky Pruim.
is for 1-all. You can never
Sophie to throw first.
rule Vicky
Game
Pruim
on.
out. She is always dangerous. And it was looking like McKinley was going to coast
60.
to success. The veteran Pruim finding the centre of the board and is racing back into the big
85.
trebles now.
Yeah, really nice bullseye shot out there. from Pruim, and that will lift her confidence as well.
28.
McKinley's just gone off the boil with that as well. It hasn't helped her. You feel a ton here.
45.
would have put McKinley in all sorts of bother. A very unsporting deflection there, wasn't it, with that third? And that strong, sustained scoring power of McKinley has just dissipated here. And is now looking vulnerable on throw.
60.
Just slightly slower on approach there, just to an effort to recompose, and it's certainly looking like it's done the trick.
Yeah, 100. I totally agree. I think that's good work from McKinley. You can sometimes be guilty of running around in circles and letting the game pass you by, and then you've lost the game and you think, how did that happen? And kind of you've encouraged it by helping out with the pace of the game.
41. $60.
So once again, it's always this third leg, isn't it, where things just
83.
Get a little bit nervy, and it's whoever holds their nerve the best finds the two for double six.
114. Sophie McKinley 150.
McKinley, you feel as though that would have probably had to have gone. The way Vicky
42
has forced her way back into this match is to be commended here. Just looking to slide it down the barrel, and that is exactly what has happened, and the outcome was inevitable.
Fourth leg Vicky to throw first.
Pruim now turning back around after that breaker throw to serve this one out.
Yeah, and Pruim here looking good and looking really good.
180.
It's the first 180 of the match, and rather at a telling point for Vicky. And if she gets away with this one here and wins this one, she won her first one. She lost a brilliant game in her second one. And if she can get this one over the line, she'll probably be sat in that back room thinking, I'm doing all right here, you know. I've got 2 wins in one game I couldn't do a lot about.
125.
Be McKinley thinking, well, I don't quite know what's happened there.
44.
Started the match so strongly. The tide here on the south coast has completely turned in favour
85
of Pruim. And has been absolutely ruthless
137
in this fourth leg, which is now odds on to be the final leg of this match for a potential 13 dart hold of throw.
64. Vicky 40.
McKinley leaves a finish,
Game
but she will not get a chance to see it out. Pruim, that was mightily impressive. Back on track is Vicky after faltering earlier on this afternoon. Another impressive display. You can never count her out. After the break, Kirsty Viinikainen returns to face Robin Byrne.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back, welcome along. Thank you for joining us back here on Pluto TV at the Modus Super Series Women's Week 5, day 1 of Group C, and it really is too close to call. The last time we took a look at these results and the table, it was looking as though Group C was at the mercy of Kirsi Viinikainen. That is no longer the case. It is wide open. 2 points separates all 6 players. The top 2 qualify for finals night, where the Group A winner, Rhian O'Sullivan, awaits. Viinikainen, Steenbergen and Pruim all there on 4 points apiece. Kirsi Viinikainen is back on stage now, facing Robin Byrne, who is currently in 5th place in the table. That does not tell the story whatsoever. Robin Byrne has certainly had her moment. In fact, she's been a bit of a highlight reel this afternoon. A 120 out, a 140 out, but hasn't got as many points as though she feels as though she deserves. But with the close nature of this group, a
First
win
leg,
here
Kirsi to throw first.
would see her accelerate
Game on.
towards the top of the table. For Viinikainen, she's looking to put a bit of distance, a bit of breathing room between herself and the chasing pack as we head into these next round of fixtures.
100.
It really is too close to call, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, it is. And we saw Kirsi play bottom of the group
45.
in the form of Lorraine Hyde earlier and lost the game 3-2. She'll be having flashbacks knowing that Robin Byrne's down at number 5 in the table. She'll be not
55.
wanting to make those mistakes again, and you can understand where she's coming from.
60.
Viinikainen's scoring power just eluded her somewhat in her previous match. Which saw her defeated to Lorraine Hyde. All the elements have been there for Byrne, though, haven't they? Just
42.
Hasn't been cobbled together quite as much as maybe it should have been.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I'm watching here, and I think Kirsty's thrown a little bit quicker here.
100.
And she's finding a bit more flow and rhythm to the game by throwing a touch quicker. I don't know whether
44.
It's forcefully being quicker because Robin Byrne's a little bit quicker, and she's just dropping into the rut of what Robin's doing, but she's definitely setting up a lot quicker, and there's definitely more rhythm.
90.
She's going very well in this opening leg, but there's definitely something in that thinking.
100.
Lorraine Hyde, of course, much more methodical
16.
in her approach. Byrne, more rhythmical. Which could well be playing into the hands of Viinikainen, who is now looking at double 4.
8.
Bit unlucky there with the third. He had a feeling that marker was going to be utilised, but Byrne not really competitive in this opening leg.
35. Kusuka 8.
I went for the 25 in the middle to leave 160, but not to be. It's all about this double 4. Gone off the outside of the barrel. Now go off the inside. No, it didn't go.
Still Byrne not yet on a finish.
85.
She will be now.
Kusuka 8.
You feel as though time may have well run out in this leg at least. Viinikainen this time. Chasing doubles. Finding the double 2 though. It does eventually go 1-0 up.
Through first. Game on. $58.
With Robin Byrne, you feel she's just got to get that first dart right, hasn't she? She's just got to. She can follow darts brilliantly. It's just getting that first dart right. Because she throws quite quick. The adjustment is not always the easiest thing for her.
Started going low, haven't they?
58.
Yeah, and you tend to do that. We all do that, I think. When you're trying to make sure of a treble 20 or whatever, you either release it power where you're concentrating on the accuracy, and you don't concentrate on the power quite so much, and you drop the beans off the power, and then it drops underneath.
81.
I think that was the prime example we saw there, how she followed the dart that was right next to the treble.
83.
It's getting that first dart right for her.
$44.
Well, Robin Byrne needs to get going here. Viinikainen
31.
electing to try and manage the board. Byrne well behind once again. Byrne, the winner of 2 Women's Series events back in 2023 and 2024.
100.
Finally finds a big treble. In those finals in 2023, she beat Laura Turner to win the event. The one she won in 24, she beat Lorraine Winstanley in the final. Both
43.
of those
WK160.
will be here tonight in Group B.
$43.
Viinikainen then
WK 144.
looking for 2-0. Finds the treble, but it arrived One dart too late.
64 left, so she can go down to the 16s here. 16s and 8s,
88.
that's exactly what she did.
Robin Car 117.
Had to stay straight there with the first one to
40.
give herself an opportunity.
Kirsty Car 56.
It's not quite clicking for Byrne, and time will soon be running out.
16. Robin Car
will it?
77.
An unexpected opportunity, perhaps. Looking at single 18, but slips into big 4.
37.
It's safe to say she's
Kirsty
not
Car
happy with
40.
that.
No, I don't think those darts want to do that again to her.
Getting shown the second leg, Kirsty Viinikainen.
Kirsty Viinikainen again.
Third leg,
Picks up the
Kirsty
scraps
first.
of what's left.
Come on.
There's an old saying, pick up the scrappy legs and the good legs look after themselves. Proving to be right here.
100.
Absolutely. This is proving to be somewhat of a gift so far, at least. This is better from Byrne.
180.
Now Robin Byrne's arrived in this match. The problem is she's given an easy
140.
lead to someone of Kirsty Viinikainen's quality.
Yeah, and that's the disappointment with
58.
for any dart player. It's the inconsistency. When you're looking back and you're losing games sort of like 3-1 and 3-2, and your legs are 14 and 17, and your opponent's winning with 21, 20, and 19. There's nothing more frustrating.
100.
Viinikainen has raced to a finish after just 9 darts.
96. Kirsty Car
This has been
161.
better from Byrne, who in turn herself leaves a finish after 9. Is it a bit of too little too late?
55. Robin Car 167.
She has a chance. Her big finishes have been on point today.
97. Kirsty Car 106.
Is it handy enough should this 106 not go from Kersey? But it could go. Double 18 for the match.
70. Robin Car 70.
A reprieve for Byrne. This has got to go.
Yeah, one match dart goes. 2 at double 8. 1 on the inside, slides across the oche.
54.
Goes further away.
Kirsty Car 36.
Expressionless in the background from Viinikainen, who now looks to seal a whitewash win. And does so, nestled in the corner of the double 18. Robin Byrne got going too late in that match to make an impression. But Kirsty Viinikainen reasserts her place at the top of the Group C table. There we see the tail of the tape for that whitewash success. After the break, Vicky Pruim faces Lorraine Hyde.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Women's Week 5. Yes, we've had 5 editions of the Women's Week, and if you've been joining us this afternoon, you can see why. It is entertainment personified. If you've just joined us, well, you just missed out on Kirsty Viinikainen, who was top of the group, beating Robin Byrne 3-0. Robin having a bit of a comeback there in the last leg, but unfortunately Viinikainen finished her off and stays top of the group. In this one we see Vicky Pruim taking on Lorraine Hyde. Now Vicky,
game on.
She's on 2 wins out of 3 today, and she's very good for those 2 wins as well. She was a touch unlucky in the one that she lost in the form of Priscilla Steenbergen, who had a 93 average in that match. So as she sits there now, she's going, well, I've won a couple and I've lost one that I couldn't do a great deal about. Lorraine Hyde opened the day today, losing 3-1 to Sophie McKinley, her country compatriot, and she kind of hasn't really recovered. She has won against Kirsty Viinikainen, who was at the top of the table. She played brilliantly in that match to win it 3-2, but she hasn't had a lot more to shout about this afternoon, so she'll be looking to try and stay close here.
45.
And try and turn this first leg round against Vicky Pruim.
Yeah, and Vicky's got the better of the head-to-heads so far this week. Both of these featured in Group A earlier on this week. On Monday, Lorraine was a 3-1 winner.
60.
But on Tuesday and Wednesday, Vicky turned the tables. 3-0 Tuesday, 3-1 Wednesday. And she's going well again here. Vicky Pruim to keep the pace with Kirsty Viinikainen at the top of the table, something which Priscilla Steenbergen will also be looking to do in the next match of this afternoon session.
$99. Vicky Carr 40.
Tops then for 1-0.
$20.
Doesn't find now a chance for Lorraine Hyde, who showed all the guts for the glory in her previous match. She loves double 4, and that is exactly why she went for that treble. She meant that treble 16.
Second leg, Lorraine to through first.
She's
game on.
Stolen the opening leg with a real moment of quality.
Yeah, good spot, mate. The second time she's done that this afternoon. And nicely done as well.
100.
She does like double 4. And I do think she goes for that treble on 56 on purpose.
100.
He just felt that win over Viinikainen, where she really did have to battle her way in that last leg decider. She shouldn't have had to have battled. She should have won the game 3-0 in all honesty. However, showed good mental fortitude to recover from disappointing
100.
moments. Just could turn her campaign around.
$85.
Hyde possesses all the attributes to do so.
100.
Had a stellar year last year, looking to kick on in 2026 as pretty much everyone is.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
140. $60. Valenia Car 117.
Hyde then 117. A shake of the head signifies
41.
that first start.
41.
You don't want to be affording Vicky Pruim too many opportunities.
82. Viinikainen 76.
Lorraine then. Looking at double 8.
60.
Couldn't utilise. It was a good
59.
first dart at double 8. Couldn't make use of it. And now Pruim needs tops to bring us level. Looking at 10s. Finding 10s.
Vicky Pruim.
Hyde again. Feeling as though she should have been 2-0 up and cruising, but has been reeled back in.
Yeah, happened in a previous game, didn't
100.
it? She managed to hold on and limp over the line against Viinikainen, and Viinikainen's only defeat of the day, as it happens.
60.
I have to say that Hyde looks a little more comfortable
45.
now than she did earlier, with the way the throws working and everything.
100.
Vicky Pruim and ever present in the women's weeks here at the Super Series.
100.
Back on the inaugural event, was in finals night and in a group with Beau Greaves and Rhian O'Sullivan.
25.
How's that for a group?
Yeah, that's handy, isn't it? Oh dear, oh dear.
Got to the semi-finals of Women's
45.
Week 2 and losing out to eventual winner Kirsi Viinikainen. Once again, eliminated in the group stages of finals night in Women's Week 3.
40.
And didn't qualify for finals night in the most recent Women's Week. 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
3 out of 4 ain't bad indeed, and Hyde here needing a ton to get back level.
100.
Oh, lovely last dart squeezed between the two there. Didn't look like it would go. Becky now coming
99.
back. Well, a nice 99 of her own.
$85. Viinikainen 76.
So for 2-1. Can't find the treble 13 to recover from
90.
that.
Viinikainen 91.
Lacklustre opener to the visit. There's a chance for Hyde here. Once again, going the old school way, utilising the ball. Decent enough guide if she can just
43.
squeeze it past. Not enough
Viinikainen
power on it
57.
to really trouble the centre of the board there.
Yeah, not on the right line, but not the right trajectory. Has Pruim got the right trajectory?
37.
She's gone to double 10 on a couple of
48.
occasions today and been successful. Not on this time, so Hyde then 48. Double 16. Double 12 now then. She caught a flight, that one, and went in at a strange old angle. Still has a dart at double 12.
Game
Really
shot on the third
fortunate
leg, Lorraine
and
Hyde.
takes the opportunity.
That was really good in the
Fourth
end,
leg,
wasn't
Lorraine
it, from
to throw
Hyde?
first. Game on.
We saw a glimpse of that angle of the dart that went in single 8, which almost sort of looked in where she wanted it to be, but regathered and found the requisite double
60.
to go 2-1 up. But can she now go on and put a match to bed at the earliest opportunity?
60.
She couldn't do it in the previous match. We had to go all the way to a deciding leg.
$60.
There are opportunities to be taken for the players on 2 points. Still
100.
relatively early days. Full day's play to come tomorrow, of course. Has to fill it up.
114.
After that opening dart of the visit, you knew at least one more was going to follow.
Yeah, it looked easier to hit a 180 than miss there.
83.
Good recovery dart from Vicky Pruim there.
$60.
There's Vicky's turn to find the trebles.
140
of her own. And just keeping Hyde honest here. Lorraine looking to set up a potential match-winning opportunity
100.
here.
Vicky O'Carr, 118.
Can Pruim send us all the way? Not this time.
78. Lorraine
The
O'Carr,
match
81.
is now there to be won for Lorraine Hyde. 81 points away. Pruim sat on tops. Hyde, 212s, finding 212s. And that was clinical from Lorraine Hyde. That hasn't been the case so far this week, other than Monday for Lorraine Hyde, but that was much better. Impressive from Lorraine. And a big win, 2 big wins against the top 2 in the table. Lorraine Hyde is well on her way. After the break, we see Priscilla Steenbergen against Sophie McKinley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
4 more matches to bring you this afternoon on the opening day of Group C. Later on tonight, we have the opening session of a stellar Group B involving Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, Gemma Hayter, Laura Turner, Lorraine Winstanley. Before the break, we saw Lorraine Hyde putting herself into contention. Priscilla Steenbergen can go level at the top of the table with a win here against Sophie McKinley, who started the day really well with a win over Hyde. Since then, however, has faltered and just needs to regather a bit of momentum.
Game on.
But the way Priscilla Steenbergen has gone about her business this afternoon, after her opening match at least, she will not be feeling overly charitable.
No, absolutely not. Charity doesn't begin on the dartboard when you're a dart player, I can tell you that now. Nor the Christmas presents, nor the happy birthdays. You try to get rid of all that out of your head.
46.
Try to be me. I'm doing what I want to do, and that's what you hope. Easier said than done at times, I can tell you. Particularly after 7 days at Q School, I can tell you.
45.
It doesn't always go your way.
It doesn't. You got Challenge Tour at the weekend. Steenbergen
123.
with a 3 treble visit. Well, the one was the wrong side of the wire. What does Sophie McKinley
84.
need to do to get herself back into contention here?
I think for me, it's all about confidence for Sophie, and she needs to string a few scores. Start it small, string a few big scores back to back. You know, a ton of 140 and a ton again, or something along those lines. You know, 3 treble visits to try and remind herself that she can do it and what she's doing, and that will help her. That will then bring confidence, and you turn that into legs. It's small steps.
72.
It really is.
Steenbergen with a wild one for tops there. She will be back. McKinley
100. Priscilla
not leaving
35.
a finish. Steenbergen now double 16.
19.
There was no pressure from McKinley. There may well be now. Looking at 18s.
98. Priscilla Car 16.
This time for Priscilla.
No
fuss, no dramas that time. Steenbergen 1-0 up.
Through first. Game on.
Now McKinley has to convince herself that only went with the darts.
140.
And now I've got to hold my own throw. So there's the start that she would be looking for. A 140. And as we were saying in the last leg, she now wants to back that
45.
up. She needs some sort of treble visit. 85, 81 or whatever. She needs to back that up.
$59.
Hasn't quite done that. But again, it's a solid visit. Good, solid visit. No straying.
123.
And now she needs a treble again to try and get her away from Priscilla. She's gone the right direction.
58.
All these youngsters doing the counting in the right way. Had she hit 2 treble 20s after that? 18, she left herself 164.
96.
Priscilla has kind of jumped all over it and now got back level with McKinley. Still nothing lost yet. Good visit. Good visit indeed.
125.
Touch unlucky there, but all the same, a good visit. 119, a little dodgy number to be on.
Leaving a finish though after 12.
47. Sophie McKinley 119.
And it's Steenbergen's turn to be trailing somewhat. Treble 20. Looking like she's staying up
99.
there. Neatly done. Now she's had a love-hate relationship, well, mainly hate, with double 10. And she won't be afforded much time.
125. Sophie McKinley 20.
Has to work her way inside and
Show the
does
second
so.
leg, Sophie
1 out,
McKinley.
1 in. Much better from Sophie McKinley.
Third leg, Priscilla to throw first. Game
Lovely
on.
17 dart leg from McKinley there. But she knows what's going to be coming back at her. So she's got to do another one of those again.
140.
Or start well again. She needs to start with a tongue visit. But that dart dropping again. Quite low. But it's straight. That's the good, important thing.
140.
140 there. Good recovery from that first start. In fact, I think it was more of a advantage. It was a bit lower than usual, and that allowed her to go
96.
over the top.
And it was a wayward second
45.
for the first time in a while from McKinley. Steenbergen now
57.
can't find the treble 19 to leave a finish. Can McKinley go over the top again?
60.
She could, but one didn't land in the treble, unfortunately for her.
44.
Had to switch there, Steenbergen, to leave a finish. Once again, after 12, it's that magical 6 visit number, isn't it? When your leg's on
100.
throw in 6 visits
Priscilla
or fewer and you can't go far
164.
wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Masterful last start there from McKinley. 164 is on here. Well, there's the 64. So back to treble 20 would leave a double
84.
top.
Sophie McKinley 156.
Sophie again having a chance here. A ton here would be lovely.
$34.
See, a ton would have
Priscilla
been lovely
McKinley,
there to
80.
leave herself 56 to give her a little 2-dart chance. Steenbergen's going to have single 20 for tops here.
60. Sophie McKinley 122.
So had Sophia been now sat on that 56, the whole outlook looks brighter. Shake of the head there. It's just not going her way at the minute.
35. Priscilla McKinley 20.
2 10s then for Steenbergen.
$10.
Can't be
Sophie
found.
McKinley 87.
And again, like you were saying, Scott, had she sort of stayed straight and threw some steady enough darts, she would have been bang in contention, but is once again
31.
just
Priscilla
chasing the
McKinley
board
10.
around to manage herself to some sort of finish. Steenbergen,
No score. Sophie McKinley 56.
messy.
The problem for McKinley here is she's had 9 darts from 156 and she still hasn't had a double. She's finally going to get one.
Getting shown the
And
third leg.
she's
Sophie
stolen the
McKinley.
leg, which she kept
Fourth leg,
believing.
Sophie
The
to
easiest thing to
first.
do is go and miss
Game
that
on.
opportunity because you've struggled with your setup and with the darts before that. So she took 11 darts there to get out from 156 and got rather fortunate, to say the least. But it's not for the
100.
lack of trying. You can see she really wants it, and she's usually just so calm and collected. Those moments don't generally happen to Sophie. But
66.
as we're saying earlier, when you lose the game before, you don't have lots of time. Usually in a normal tournament, you can go back to your hotel room or back home or wherever the tournament is and go again the next day.
44.
Here you don't. You go again in 25, 30 minutes. And it's very difficult to get your head back around it, particularly off the back of a couple of losses. So she's done really well there to get that 56.
134.
She absolutely did. But Steenbergen won't be rolling over and just allowing McKinley to cruise on
83.
to the win. She has come back fighting.
60.
Can't find a treble on that visit. McKinley again going low, having to loop them over.
60. 83.
Steenbergen, a bit of an eye roll there. Once again, leaves a finish after 12.
85. Priscilla Carwood and 58.
Not going to go this time round.
$82. Sophie Carwood and 29.
This would be for the match, but it was at this stage in the previous leg where things started to get a little bit messy for
33.
McKinley.
Priscilla Carr 76.
Steenbergen looking to send us all the way with tops.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Priscilla
No messing
Steenbergen.
around that time. We do go all the way.
Fifth and final leg, Priscilla to throw first. Game on.
An opportunity missed perhaps for McKinley after getting the break of throw earlier in this match. He now has to do it again.
27.
And there is an opportunity already that has presented itself. McKinley really could use a treble.
60.
Couldn't quite float that one over the top again. I feel if she could just get the first dart on the top wire, just as Priscilla is
100.
demonstrating perfectly here, she would definitely have a little more success on the treble 20.
100.
It always seems to be a blocker dart there for her.
$46.
Tom with the previous visit needs to back that up. If she can, she is bossing this last leg decider.
140.
That'll do nicely for Sophie McKinley.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from McKinley. And now she's got to back that 140 up.
100.
Something sensible, because otherwise your 140 is wasted if you don't back it with anything. Clash of the Flights.
65.
Yeah, that's a good move for me. I like that.
Oh, look at this from Steenbergen. What a time.
135. So the car, 136.
Real pressure on this 136. Sets it up a treat. That's all she could do after that opening dart of the visit. Steenbergen, what a dart that is. Double 9 for the match.
84.
Inside on both. Two match darts have come and gone for Priscilla Steenbergen. McKinley now with her chance to win the game. Double 10. Love hate. Brilliant marker down the barrel.
20.
Wrong side.
Priscilla Khan 9.
So both ladies have 2 apiece. Add a double to win the match, and it's Steenbergen coming back. 3 double 3.
Shot in the match, Priscilla
Surprised me, but she knows what she's doing. Must be her favourite double. Takes it out in 2. Steenbergen takes that 1-3-2. Strange way to finish the match, but hey, she knew where she was going. 75 average for her, 73 for McKinley. Good old tussle that. We head into a short break. And when we return, we have Pruim taking on Viinikainen at top of the table.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
One more round of fixtures on the opening day of Group C then this afternoon on Women's Week 5. And it is Kirsty Viinikainen who is in charge here, not least with that 3-0 win over Robin Byrne. Lorraine Hyde has made stealthy progress throughout the afternoon. And Priscilla Steenbergen getting the better of Sophie McKinley in a last leg shootout, taking out 3-3 for the match. Sees her alongside Viinikainen. But Kersey has the advantage of leg difference. And Lorraine Hyde, as I say, they're just moving up the table throughout the afternoon, up into 3rd now on 4 points, along with Vicky Pruim. And it's Vicky that's back on stage now alongside the Group C leader. These two, no strangers to one another, both featured in Group A. So this is their 4th encounter of the week. And on the head-to-head, it has been one-way traffic in the favour of Kirsty Viinikainen. 3-1 on Monday and Tuesday. 3-2 yesterday.
First leg, Vicky to throw first. Game on.
You could make an argument, Scott, that both have had similar sort of days. However, Kersey finding the doubles at the right time, which is 85. Why she's first in the table and why Vicky's in 4th.
Yeah, very much so. But I think to be honest, Vicky has had 2 good wins.
100.
But been a little bit unlucky against Priscilla, where Priscilla sort of brought her A game to the party, and that was difficult for her to live with.
55.
Probably she's a little more disappointed. She had a couple of opportunities in the last game against Lorraine Hyde that went begging, and then kind of Lorraine bossed the game from there on. And
60.
the thing with the best of 5 game, there are not many turning points. With your best of 7, there's usually a turning point or 2 maybe. As you go best of 9, there can be 2 or 3 turning points. But in best of 5, generally there's only 1 turning point. And it sends it in one's favour. And unfortunately for her in the last game against Lorraine Hyde, Lorraine had that. So she needs to probably beat
43.
Kersey here to kind of bring the table back towards her. And
58.
See what tomorrow brings. If she's got 3 wins out of 5, that's not a bad return, and still sees you in the mix for me.
Absolutely. Priscilla Steenbergen incidentally
100.
faces Lorraine Hyde in the final match of this afternoon's session. Sophie McKinley plays Robin Byrne next.
60.
This is a chance for Viinikainen to assert a bit of dominance and almost certainly top the
60.
table overnight. Favourite to do so, of course, at the start of play with the bookmakers.
55. Kirsty Ricard 138.
And she gets first dibs at a finish here against the darts. Looking to set it up from here.
45. Vicky
Way
Ricard
with though with the third.
128.
Pruim looking at 18s.
And this is at the point where you've got to start hitting the big
26.
numbers, and we're seeing the girls
Kirsty Ricard
now
93.
in the last couple of games making mistakes on that front.
Decisions and options for Viinikainen.
53. Vicky Ricard 102.
Chance for Pruim. It would only be a hold. Looking at 19s. It's not over, but it is now.
78. Kirsty Ricard 40.
This leg could be over. Should Viinikainen find tops.
Pressure's been applied by Vicky. Is that too close? Sometimes you can get one too close. Turned out to be on that occasion. Open target is double
20.
10.
Vicky
And still
Ricard,
wide
24.
open. Didn't get anywhere near that really for her. So the pressure was applied. And now she misses the big number as well. So just the one at double 6.
No score.
Just a wild visit all
20.
over that one from Vicky Pruim.
Uncharacteristically uncomposed from Pruim. Viinikainen herself making a bit of a meal of this one.
Vicky Ricard 24. Getting show the first leg, Vicky
That's
Pruim.
much more like it. Vicky Pruim.
Second leg, Kirsty to throw first.
I have to say she was fortunate to get back, really. You know, should have done that first time, and it shows. I think they were all a bit nervous here at the moment in this last game. I think they're probably all looking at the table. So if I can win this one, or I can do this, or I can do that,
41.
that'll end me there, and they'll end up there. And you can get a little bit hooked up with that in the back room here at the players' room. The table is sort of sat there on a
135.
computer, and you find all sorts of characters in the back room. Some want to know all about it. Others try to sit at the other end of the room and avoid it like the plague. They don't want to see it. They don't want to know. They just want to play game after game. And there's always one that wants to tell everybody exactly how it's going to end up if you do this and he does that and they do
95.
this. And Bob's your uncle and all the rest of it.
Viinikainen
140.
with our spotter, of course, electing to go 19s early. What character were you then in the players' room the other week at Double Trouble?
100.
I was the one sat right at the other end, not wanting to know. Let everybody else complicate things for themselves. I'm going to sit on the far end of the table
100.
and try and get at that board and practice as much as I can.
Staying at 19s.
47. Viinikainen 126.
Ever since a scrappy opening leg, it's Pruim who's kicked on here.
86.
And the group leader looks really vulnerable.
Yeah, definitely under threat here in this one. Vicky having left tops after 12. Oh, and the big comeback.
Viinikainen 40.
A lovely reply with the 140. So pressure now applied.
Second leg, Vicky
Pressure.
through.
Pressure's for tyres.
Third leg, Vicky to throw
13
first.
dot leg.
Come on.
From Vicky Pruim, who's now a leg away from once again blowing Group C wide open.
59.
Music to the ears of Priscilla Steenbergen, who now has visions herself of topping the table overnight, as has Lorraine Hyde. She defeats Steenbergen in the final match of the session. Should
83.
Pruim go on to win this match.
$100.
Really is all to play for. Every leg counts. We see it so often, in particular in Group C, where it could come down to leg difference or legs won.
100.
Players missed out on tour cards on leg difference.
85.
Indeed they did, and probably looking back right now going, oh, I could have won that leg, I could have won that leg, and oh, you mustn't torment yourself.
No, I don't think Derek Coulson is tormenting himself.
100.
He's probably happy he gets to come back here. He loves this place.
I was just about to say that, yes.
45.
He, ever the optimist, has such a brilliant temperament about him. He's ready for this year to play Challenge Tour. You might face him this weekend, Scott. But he'll be back here in Series 13, which gets underway Monday morning. And probability suggests
40.
we will have another new name on the trophy. Charlie Manby unable to defend his crown, of course. Now he himself earning himself a tour card.
41.
Yeah, both him and Tom Sykes owning a torn card. They had to work hard to get them, but got them they did. Tom Sykes had even given up his job to try and get the practice in before Q School.
100.
It's like, wow.
Of course, Charlie Manby only earned his card on the last day. He left it late.
91. Viinikainen 78.
Viinikainen now looking for an avenue back into this match. That's a good start. Well, middle was muddling the end.
72.
Wayward.
Viinikainen 80.
This is for the match and a whitewash win over the Group C leader. Pruim steps across. Laser
60.
focus on the
Viinikainen
target,
6.
which could not be acquired.
He's laser focused on the target, but not the direction. Double three incoming. Oh, that is so tight. And now one to save the match at double one.
No score.
Goes
Viinikainen 20.
inside, and Vicky Pruim here. Double 10 for the match to beat the table topper. That's wild and inside. But that's smack bang centre. And Vicky wins that one 3-0 against our table topper, Kirsty Viinikainen there. And she was good for it as well, you have to say. Vicky with a 70.45 and Kirsty way off her best at 66. But that's what you have to do here. We take a short break, and on our return, we have Sophie McKinley taking on Robin Byrne.
ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. As the camera descends once more onto the live lounge stage, it's been an enthralling opening day of Group C here in Women's Week 5, the penultimate fixture of this afternoon. Sees the two players at the bottom of the table, but just quite how that has happened, we're not entirely sure. Robin Byrne has been sublime in parts, just hasn't been able to piece it all together. Same can be said for Sophie McKinley,
Game on.
who since opening the show this afternoon with a win over Scottish compatriot Lorraine Hyde has found it tough going.
45.
One of these will finish the day bottom of the table, and the other
58.
will still be feeling they are in contention of qualifying for finals night on Saturday, going into tomorrow's play.
91.
Hyde against Steenbergen rounds off the card after this one.
99.
You would feel, Scott, that Robin Byrne has had the better moments of the day.
Yeah, definitely. That was, you know, she shot
97.
out a 120 earlier in the day against Lorraine Hyde. She had a lovely 140 against Steenbergen, but none of it
One of them,
sort of come
40.
prevail for her, and she's got to string those moments together, hasn't she? She's not played badly. Maybe there's a bit of pressure because of how well she's done here in the past, but we're looking at it already, and she kind of needs a bit of a day tomorrow, doesn't she, to try and get herself in contention. The one thing that she does have in her favour is the group is fairly tightly packed at the moment.
Think special incoming then.
Robin Carr 127.
He loves it. But unfortunately, the 127 cannot be checked out. McKinley now looking at treble 17.
50. Robin Carr 80.
Burn then for a break of throw. 2 tens. Finds the double 5, and that will do nicely for Robin Byrne.
Second leg Robin to throw first.
Sophie McKinley just cannot catch a break at the moment.
$59. $100.
Again, does well though to find a big treble there after going low with the opening dart of the visit, and that has been the recurring theme, at least in the past couple of matches for McKinley.
Yeah, she's just such a lovely person, and it's kind of frustrated me how 1 minute she's throwing so lovely, and then the next throw is all over the place, and I'm sure she's even more frustrated about it than I am, because we know that how good she is.
58.
And this could be like it today, and tomorrow could be a big springboard for her to start her 2026 off.
140.
Springbok. She's Scottish, not South African.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
But look, whatever happens over the course of the next 2 days, Sophie McKinley is a star of the future. That there is no doubt.
No, there is. It's not. It's not if. It's definitely a case of when with Sophie, and she's learning her trade. We forget that
44.
She's been around a couple of 3 years already, and everybody knows who she is. And I just don't want her to put too much pressure on herself to perform. You got to stay enjoying it and
59
and playing. The secret to the game is to play in a way that you're happy playing. If that then is beating everybody, that's great. If it's only beating half of them, it's great. You've got to put yourself the game up there that you're happy
43.
with. And when you learn to do that, and when you start to do that, it goes up and down then. It goes up and down with whoever you're playing. So that's what we want to see from her.
40. Sophie
She's a really likeable person, and it'd be nice to see her just go to the fore with it. I fear for her because of her age and what she did the year before, and what Luke Littler's done, and they're similar ages, and everybody's expecting the same. But this is good.
120. Sophie Carr 105.
Not quite good enough with the last dart. Still on, 90 left, treble 18, double 18. Oh, what a response from McKinley. Lovely, lovely stuff there.
Throw first. Game on.
What a passage of play that was. Robin Byrne almost with another worldy checkout. In steps McKinley with a 105 to take the leg, to break back immediately, to then turn around and open up the crucial
81.
third leg with a 140.
It was a lovely composed finish. She didn't panic the fact that she'd missed the treble 20 with 41. The first dart. And again, it's those combinations when you got one dart in your hand, it's kind of do it or don't. And if you don't,
100.
then your opponent's straight back in. So good finish all the same.
Signs of life, green shoots
60.
of revival for Sophie McKinley. But just to re-emphasise your point, Scott, that these young players that we see here so often, we see them develop before our very eyes. We have to witness them deal with in-match adversity. How do they respond by moments they may not have experienced on a stage before? It's all part of their development.
60.
And then they can go on to achieve anything. Like Littler, who knows what Manby will do as he embarks onto the tour. Well, we saw a good idea of it in the World Championships, didn't we? Straight off the back, winning Series 12 right here in this building.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny how it's the moments that don't quite go right that you remember
100.
how to deal with. Those
Sophie
are
McKinley,
the moments that make you
140.
in darts. Not the winning moments. The winning moments don't make you. It's the moments of when it hasn't quite gone right and you overcome.
60.
Managing
Robin
the ball
Carr,
well there,
109.
McKinley, after the first start went slightly awry. Byrne looking for another ton plus checkout,
77.
almost finding it as well.
Sophie McKinley, 80.
This match coming to the boil nicely. McKinley can't recover.
40. Robin McCarr,
Could we
32.
be about to see the third successive break of throw? Could get a little bit awkward. Byrne has to go right
60.
the way across, and it was
Sophie McCarr,
awkward.
40.
Yeah, that sort of first wayward dart then slightly got in the way, didn't it? McKinley, now that looks perfect. If she hits that one, surely it's in,
Inch on
and
the
there
third
you
leg,
go.
Sophie McKinley.
So it's the first hole to
Fourth
throw
leg,
in the
Robin to
match
throw
to
first,
Sophie
game
McKinley.
on. 100.
Again for Robin Byrne, the elements of the game is there. It's just not been pieced together, and that has proven to be
85.
very costly indeed this afternoon.
$55.
There was tremendous scoring power early on from Byrne. Then there was scintillating ton plus checkouts.
85.
She's in a spot of bother here.
$43.
Just not stringing those scores together anymore, is she? To be fair, she's not having to. McKinley's not. She can see the
55.
finish line and is just trying to stay sort of straight and safe, and sometimes that doesn't work either.
83.
Another treble, 19, would have seen her sat on the big fish 170. Didn't quite go there, drifted into the 7. McKinley now trying to make inroads into the 276, and that's as good an
140.
inroad as you could make when you first start. Misses the treble.
And if McKinley can go on to
60.
convert this
Sophie McKinley,
into a win, that will
136.
give a real heart ahead of tomorrow. Potentially bookending the day with
100.
wins.
Robin McCarr, 160.
Byrne can't save herself with the 160. McKinley
60. Sophie McCarr, 36.
for the match. Double 9. Wayward.
28. Robin McCarr, 100.
Chance for Byrne. This has to go. It has to go.
2 at tops then. One at tens.
80.
And again,
So
it's the doubles that just go straight in. McKinley back at double four.
Getting shown
And
the
she
match,
takes
Sophie
it,
McKinley.
takes the match 3-1. And a game where, once again, Robin Byrne just a little unlucky come the doubles. And the scoreline could have been reversed. It's a 3-1 win for Sophie McKinley. 71.12 on the average. A good average for her. We head into a short break. And then we go to our final match of the day. Hyde taking on Priscilla Steenbergen.
Welcome back. Final match of the opening day of Group C then. And due to an earlier defeat to Viinikainen, who has been top of the table pretty much throughout the day up until now, Priscilla Steenbergen on debut here at the Super Series is currently top of the table. And if she avoids defeat here against Hyde, that is where she will stay overnight. Hyde herself has made stealthy progress throughout the day. Hard fought wins. Well, the wins now flowing for Hyde.
First flag ring, she's through first.
Can keep tabs with the likes of Viinikainen and Steenbergen with a win here. And she has the darts. So this potentially, Scott Mitchell,
100.
could go a long way to seeing who may well qualify from Group C, as this will be the opening match of tomorrow's
46.
session.
Yeah, it will be. And like you say, when you are the player with the darts, you want to make sure that
100.
you take advantage of them, because you know you're back on first game tomorrow and you won't have them. So, not that you want to make
100.
too much of it, but it's just dead handy if you get this one over the line with the darts.
$60.
Steenbergen coming through a really closely fought encounter with Sophie McKinley in her
47.
previous match, taking out 9 to win it 3-2 by going 3-3-3.
100.
Hyde steady and straight in the early stages here, leaves a finish after 12.
100. Well, then your car 141.
Something which Steenbergen can't do. Looking now at treble 19. Attention shifts
97.
to the treble 10.
Treble 6 is no disaster either, leaving 44.
58. Well, then your car
Steenbergen
44.
back on 150, so 44 it is coming in for Hyde, and 12 the chosen route for 32. Double 8.
Getting shown the first
Nicely
leg.
done, and
Hyde.
I think it turned out that the 32, by the miss on the
Second leg
inside there
facility
by a
through
little bit,
first.
left
Game
the
on.
door wide open for the double 8, and Hyde took out the double 8 nice and cleanly.
60.
She showed a lot of grit and determination, has Lorraine Hyde today.
25.
Coming off the back of a really disappointing Group A campaign where she finished bottom. She's regrouped
66.
after suffering an early setback today, losing the opening match of the session to McKinley. Has come back fighting and secured some big wins.
100.
Crucial points in the bag.
Yeah, you can't win this Group
41.
C on the day one of Group C, but you can surely have yourself out of contention, and making sure you stay in contention so that it's all in your hands on the second day is the secret
45.
to Group C for me. You don't want to start relying on results from other people to go your way. You really don't want that.
100.
Steenbergen herself, after suffering an early defeat, has been flying ever since.
60.
Just took that opening game just to get comfortable on that stage, as we referenced earlier. It can be somewhat of an odd atmosphere to new players here, with
30.
no audience up until Saturday, where you could join us. Dartshop.tv for your tickets for finals night of Women's Week 5.
100.
Bound to be a fantastic night of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Scan that QR code on your screen now to book your tickets.
60. $83. Priscilla your car 144.
Priscilla then looking for parity. Hyde
44.
looking
Lorraine your car 88.
to extend her advantage. Looking at 18s, finding the treble. She's wondering whether to go for this double seven or not. She went for it and got it. Finishing on point from Lorraine Hyde.
Like Lorraine to
This
throw
is
first.
impressive.
Game on.
She disrupted the day of Kirsty Viinikainen. Could she be about to do the same for Priscilla Steenbergen?
$45.
Super stuff from Lorraine Hyde coming to the party here late in the day, but
$95.
definitely doing herself the world of good in the standings.
$100.
I have to say, if she'd have started the day a little better, we could be talking very differently about her achievements today.
81.
Yeah, if Lorraine Hyde goes on to win this match, it's a four-way tie at the top of the table.
55.
Perfectly poised ahead of tomorrow afternoon play. And don't forget as well,
45.
from 10 o'clock tonight for the opening session of Group B, featuring 3 Ali Pali participants. Fallon Sherrick, Lisa Ashton, and reigning Women's
100.
Week champion Gemma Hayter are alongside Laura Turner, who is swapping microphone for Tungsten,
81.
and Lorraine Winstanley. That is unmissable later on tonight.
100.
Steenbergen having to really now
83.
force the
Got on
issue,
your car,
trying to
101.
stay alive. Hyde, though, this would be for the match. Gets the treble, gets the single,
Game
and
shot
gets
on the match, Lorraine Hyde.
the double. Lorraine Hyde, take a bow. That was absolutely superb. Whitewashing Priscilla Steenbergen to disrupt the day right at the death, but Lorraine Hyde has made tremendous progress throughout the day. She won't want the day to end. What a win for Hyde. We'll be going over all the afternoon's play after this.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s, finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jim Smith!
Day one of Group C then done and dusted, and what a session it was. The group has been blown wide open, not least by Vicky Pruim. 3-0 win over Kirsty Viinikainen, and Lorraine Hyde 3-0 win over Priscilla Steenbergen. Those two were threatening to slip the field but have been reeled right back in. As you can see in the group table, it's a 4-way tussle. Only 4 points separate all 6 players at this stage. Viinikainen leading on leg difference by just that singular leg that is perfectly poised heading into tomorrow afternoon. Lorraine Hyde made fantastic progress throughout this session. Priscilla Steenbergen was superb in moments as well, and Vicky Pruim, you can never ever count her out. Welcome back to the studio then. Scott Mitchell alongside me, as he has been throughout the day. That was a really enthralling session.
It was a to and fro-in session, wasn't it? You think that Kirsty was going to head off into the sunset at the start, then she gets pegged back in, and you think, oh, it's going to be Priscilla. She's playing great. She's taking out big shots. She's going to head off into the sunset and take advantage. No, she gets reeled back in. And now Vicky and Lorraine are there with them, and you're thinking, even Robin Byrne at the bottom on just one win is not out of this.
Yeah, correct. And Priscilla was top of the table going into that final match of the session. Whitewash defeat, and then all of a sudden slips down the table. Kirsty was favourite at the start of play, but Steenbergen, following that slightly underwhelming entrance to the live lounge, was flying and had real moments of sheer brilliance.
Yeah, we knew that she had moments of brilliance, and we knew that she came here. It was her first time, and we did mention that she didn't actually do what we thought she was going to do in that first match, did we? So when she then came to a second match and started doing things like this, we're thinking, hang on a minute, you're settled in here now. You've got used to it, and you have to get used to it quickly here. The other girls are all used to it, and if you take your time to get used to the surroundings, you get left behind.
Arguably still the performance of the day, averaging around about 93 in that win. But it is Kirsty Viinikainen who does, as we say, top the table, and she's been steady, she's been consistent, she's had her moments and flashes of magnificence as well, as you would expect from the group favourite.
Yeah, very much so. And I think at the start of the day, I think I mentioned it at the top of the show, you can understand why she's the group favourite. Yes, she finished 4th in Group A, but she was 1 win off of being top. So she was a touch unfortunate. The bookies know what she plays like here anyway. She kind of showed flashes of that again today, but she didn't sort of withhold it to the end of the group. Tomorrow she'll be looking to go for 4 wins tomorrow. You know that she has that feeling, and you start to target who you need to beat, and she's got 3 others around her that she needs to beat.
Vicky Pruim, an ever-present here at the Women's Weeks, the Super Series, and knows what it takes, Scott, to get through to finals nights. And again, at this point, you wouldn't put it past her to qualify for Saturday. Again, you can just never rule her out.
No, you can't. She had a really good start in her first game. Second one, she got Priscilla'd. Basically, Priscilla was brilliant in that game. She got Priscilla'd, and so to bounce back and win her next game, that was the important game. Once she'd had a really tough game and lost it, to bounce back, that's what she needed to do. And that saw her in good stead for the rest of the day.
Lorraine Hyde, potentially my pick of the players today. I think she's shown tremendous character and determination and grit and nous in picking up big wins after coming off the back of a disappointing Group A campaign. It was disappointing. She finished bottom. she got off to a slow start again today, but has battled so hard, and there she is, second in the group now?
Yeah, she lost out first game to Sophie McKinley, her country compatriot, and you think, oh, she went under the radar a bit then, didn't we? We sort of kind of forgotten that she was Lorraine Hyde, and then all of a sudden, as the tail end of the group came, she popped, and there she was. She was doing things that, like I say, 105 average, 105 shot out in that last one, turned the game. And she's really on it at the moment. And she'll be looking at the table thinking, I'm probably a little bit fortunate after the slow start to still be in it. And tomorrow she'll come back in thinking it's I've got to be there from the start. Otherwise, I can't get to the top of this group.
Yeah, she will open tomorrow's card against Steenbergen. That is set to be another cracking encounter. Sophie McKinley, bit of a muddling day. Started the day off well, ended it well as well, but in the middle there was a few foibles.
Yeah, I think with Sophie, I think we know what she has as a level. We know what she has. I don't think she's kind of made that today, but I think she's been disappointed that she hasn't made it today, and I think that's affected her a little bit. There's been a few disappointing moments for her. Sophie doesn't give a lot away. So if she gives you a little inch side-by-side head nod, that's her being disappointed. And we saw a few of those today. I think if we can stop her doing that and get her concentrating on what she does, because she does hit 140s, then doesn't quite back it up, then comes back with treble visits again. But by then, she's allowing opponents to get close to her and pressure her come the double section. So what she's got to do is get there and try and make sure that she's a throw ahead when she gets to the doubles. So I think if she does that, she'll hit doubles and really boss the group.
And as we said in commentary as well, whatever happens over the next few days or whatever, she's a darting superstar with the world at her feet after that tremendous breakthrough year in 2024. She's still going to go on to be a bit of a superstar.
Look, she's only 18, and we do forget that because, like I say, it feels like she's been around playing at a top level for the last 2 or 3 years, which she has dominated the youth stage. And when you come out of there, it's a very difficult thing to come out of, coming out of the youth into the ladies. You're not protected, but you kind of knows what's coming with the youth. With the ladies, you're not quite so sure. One day you can play a great, say, Lorraine Hyde, another day she's not quite so good. And I think Sophie's darting life at the moment is adapting to that, and she's got to learn to adapt to that over the next year or so. And I think that would be progress for her.
That leaves Robin Byrne, who started the day with tremendous power scoring, piled in some magnificent ton-plus checkouts as well, and yet is bottom of the group with only 1 win. How has that happened?
I'm kind of not sure. I know that she'll say that she's played well in patches. That's the problem, and she's been doing it in legs. So she'll play a great leg, and then she'll just fall off it for a leg, and you can't really afford to do that. But she does all this big score, and the 120 comes in. She missed the 150 narrowly on the double 15. And these are all moments that change games, change momentum. They change the swing of the game. And if she starts landing a few of those, then her tail will be up, and she'll be very, very dangerous. I think she's still dangerous being at the bottom of the group with 2 wins. I think she can go through the car tomorrow and do 5 out of 5 without a problem. But she's got to believe it herself. It's no good me believing it. She's got to believe it.
It's perfectly poised ahead of tomorrow afternoon then. Let's take a look then at a reminder of the breakdown for this week as we welcome Group B to the party later on tonight. Rhian O'Sullivan already safely through to finals night on Saturday after winning Group A. O'Sullivan, of course, the winner of the inaugural Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series. But what a Group B that is. We welcome our friend and colleague Laura Turner as she swaps microphone for Tungsten once again with Lorraine Winstanley and Gemma Hayter, the reigning Women's Week champion here, and not just the Women's Week reigning champion, but the Women's ADC champion to boot when she beat Lisa Ashton in that magnificent final. Lisa rejoins after Group A along with Fallon Sherrock, who was mightily impressive yesterday. All the signs are there for Fallon to put up something special in Group B. That looks an absolute belter of a group.
It is a better of a group, but it's one of those groups where any one of those players cannot go in with it feeling any negativity. They've got to go into it going, this is the group I want to be in. This is where I want to be. I want to be playing these players all the time. Bring me the challenge. And that has to be your attitude with this. Because I think if you get an ounce of negativity here, you could find yourself getting battered.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be no hiding place. And we mentioned Fallon Sherrick in Group A earlier, but Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter are set to renew a blossoming rivalry, as we saw here in the WADC Tour final. What a match this was, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely super match with what an outcome as well. It was, I think we're going to see more of those tonight. I think there's going to be more 3-2s tonight. There's going to be some really, really good games tonight. There's going to be some heavy scoring. There's going to be some good turning moments too, some big shot outs, I think. That is a group that even I will be trying to watch tonight.
Yeah, sadly, you've got to go. You've got Challenge Tour to prepare for. But, I mean, how do you even begin to try and eliminate 2 players from that group? Because Laura Turner, brilliant player. Lorraine Winstanley, former BDO World #1. How do you even begin to decipher that puzzle?
I don't know, but I think it's probably one of the best groups of girls that probably have ever been assembled in a format that we have here. It is just mouth-watering, and it's one of those that I think if you open the doors and let people in tonight, this place would be rammed. They would all want to see that group play its way out. That's the biggest compliment I can pay it, really.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, get your tickets for finals night on Saturday. Dartshop.tv is set to be an absolute cracker. It's almost sad that you've got to go to a Challenge Tour. I mean, you can take your iPad, watch Pluto TV. I'm sure they'll let you.
Yeah, well, that's why I was trying to get a tour card so I could stay here. Look, that's what the idea was.
Well, now you're going, I can get some predictions for the rest of the week then. You don't have to sit on the fence. You don't have to worry. You can give us your proper, knowledgeable prediction and fly off into the sunset.
You really have put me on the spot here. I thought Lisa was really good at the start of the week. And I think that when Saturday night comes, I think she knows how to play those finals nights. She's got the experience. I'm gonna go with my old mate Lisa if she makes the Saturday night.
Best of luck for the Challenge Tour at the weekend. We wish you well. That is all we've got time for this afternoon. Coming up on Pluto TV on the Modus Super Series channel, we've got Team Ireland's Modus Moments. John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan recap their special moments on this stage. Do join us at 10 o'clock tonight for the opening session of Group B. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock for day 2 of Group C. And Saturday night, finals night, 7:30 on Saturday. And we start all over again for Series 13 here at the Modus Live Lounge. Monday morning, 9:30. David Evans will be back after his appearance in the Series 12 Champions Week. Can he go better on this occasion? Do stay tuned here on Pluto TV. Group C is perfectly poised then ahead of decision day. A 4-way tussle at the top of the table. Only 4 points separating all 6 players. And that is before we get on to Group B. Do not miss it. 10 o'clock tonight. I know you'll join us. Bye for now.
What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes. And the target is... And that was it. Finals night, and it's a lovely Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.